Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Wynand.
Good
morning, Josie.
Good morning, Meisie.
Welcome to the annual technical update. And I would like to recognize specifically our AGs that have joined us. I believe we have AG Zambia, we have AG Zimbabwe, we have AG Seychelles. I'm not too sure who else, and I apologize. AG Swatini, and I apologize if I have omitted your name, but I would like to recognize you specifically, and also our partners that have joined us, and the DAGs, and the staff from the SAIs, our most important stakeholders. This is our annual technical update where we share all the work that we have done during the year, all the new things that are coming, and also our future interventions that we would like to engage with you. I would also want to thank you for the great turnout on today's technical update, which is still virtual because of obvious reasons where we still find ourselves. And I do hope that you will enjoy the next 3 days with us. And please, if you find that you are not enjoying a moment, I challenge you to challenge us in terms of engaging, questioning, so that you can make the session as effective and as enjoyable as you'd like it to be. We all know that in life is what you make it to be. You cannot sit back and relax and expect everybody to make you happy. You need to find happiness in your heart and make sure that you make the moment the best moment that you can. And I also would like to challenge you specifically, because for me, this is a test on what strengths COVID has brought for you and how you demonstrate those strengths. So let us make sure that we display the strengths that we accumulated throughout COVID through the discussions and through engaging with one another. And I would like to remind you that the reason why we are here is to make sure that we continue to improve our capabilities in making what we do best as Supreme Audit Institutions, which is in terms of ESIP 12, values and benefits of SAIs, and the impact that we have on our citizens. So the sessions today is to take stock and also think of ways that we can improve our capabilities in making sure that we enhance the lives of the citizens, either of your country, the country next door, or continentally. So we choose. And I know and I do hope that as a region, as the AFROSAI region, our interest is in the continent. So whatever we do so that it can be replicated in the continent so that we can grow as a region and be in a position to grow continent as well. And having said all of that, let me just reflect a little bit on what we see as the purpose of this annual technical update. Why do we have this technical update? And I have indicated that we do a lot in the region. And the reason is that we come together as region and we share experiences, we share challenges so that we can learn from one another, so that we can copy from one another, so that we can grow together. That is the main purpose of this technical update. And the other thing, in being futuristic, a futuristic region, we look at the changes that are happening in our countries, in the region, and in the continent, and how these changes affect us as supreme audit institutions to enhance our capabilities in being the best supreme audit institutions in the world. So exchange of experiences and challenges is part of this technical update. We have all experienced the challenges of COVID-19 over almost the past 2 years. And I would like to believe that as a region, the SAIs demonstrated resilience. And as a secretariat, in our own way, we also demonstrated some resilience in the interventions that we have had with you over the past year. And this is what we would like to share and talk about. SAIs are now catching up with their normal annual audits, having performed a number of COVID audits. Some SAIs have tabled, some have challenges in tabling, but we do believe that those that have challenges will learn from others that have managed to table their reports as well. We've had a number of achievements as well, which we are very proud of. Individual SAIs have had a number of achievements, and we are proud of what we have achieved as a region, as a secretariat as well. And certainly, it's through the support of our partners, of our member SAIs, and of our donors, of course, because without the money that we receive from the donors, we wouldn't have been able to achieve what we have achieved. We continue to engage with the donors so that we can do more for our region and continue to be the best region in InterSAI. And we are succeeding, and we are proud to say that we have been able to attract a number of donors, and we continue to do so. There are a lot of unfunded activities, and with the uncertainty of the future where we are going with COVID, with any other disaster for that matter that can come up, we need to be in a position to project and be calculative in what we want to achieve and what we want to do for the region, and that's what we continue to do. And Josie and Wynand will share on the agenda for the week that I have mentioned that I hope that you will enjoy, and you will participate and contribute and direct it also in the way that you would like it to go, because it is all about where you want to improve, what you want to know, so that you can be the best in your environment and be in a position to support the Auditors General to stand in front of Parliament and present reports that are credible and that Parliament will listen to and respond to in a way that it will benefit the citizens, so that as a SAI in your own country, you are recognized as an effective SAI. Some of the topics that we had in 2020 related to SAI being learning organizations and how we support SAI growth as learning organizations. We spoke about professionalization, which is the first strategic objective of our strategy, and we continue to reflect on professionalization because it is a key objective that we now take across the continent. So we will continue to talk about that. We continue to reflect on the ICBF, the correlation between the ICBF and the quality assurance reviews, and obviously how SAIs respond to the recommendations that are coming from the quality assurance reviews, and how that then links up with the ICBF self-scoring. That is quite key because that is where we measure our effectiveness and your effectiveness in terms of responding to these quality assurance reviews that we perform. There are other topics that we will be addressing throughout the week, and I wish you a wonderful week going forward. Lined up for you, we have a keynote speaker. We have Graeme Codrington, who will be sharing on how we can develop or enhance our adaptive capabilities so that we can navigate through disastrous or disruptive situations that we will certainly be facing in the future. Some people believe COVID-19 is the last disaster. Some believe it is not. Some believe there is still a few coming. Whichever way you believe, there will be a disaster one way or the other. And I believe we are somewhat prepared for future disasters, but not totally prepared. So we continue to work on this. So Graeme will be addressing us on this, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Graeme and engaging, and I do hope that you will enjoy those topics. There are other specialists that will be sharing around topics that they specialize in throughout the coming 3 days, and please do engage, talk to us, and trigger certain conversations and certain guidance that we can develop for you or with you, as we always do. We do not sit back and develop alone. We involve the region in whatever we develop, because we need to understand the dynamics that are happening in different countries that we support. So with that, I would like to hand over to Josie, and Josie have a few things to say to us, and Wynand will then take over from Josephine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meisie. Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to be here, even though it's virtual. And Wynand will talk more about the program and other issues. I just want to take this opportunity to talk about the quality assurance reviews and what to expect, especially next year. You know that we have not managed to have physical reviews for quite some time now, since the pandemic started. And we have tried to do some online, but we haven't managed to do much. So next year, we are really hoping to try and start to catch up with our quality assurance reviews. So we are planning to do 10, yes, that's right, 10 quality assurance reviews next year. And we hope that this disaster will be behind us. So in preparation for that, what I want to appeal to the SAIs is, even though the last review was done 4 years ago or 5 years ago, please look for that report if you don't have it at hand, the last quality assurance review that we did. because the first thing that we are going to ask is the action plan on your latest quality assurance review. We know that there have been a lot of changes in some SAIs, and so if that's the case with your SAI, please do not struggle to try and look for that report. You can just write to us and we will send it to you. We have got all the reports, because for our reviews to be successful, it has to be, you know, something which is incremental. We start from where we left off. So look at those quality assurance review reports, look at your ICBF ratings, and come up with an action plan. Even before we come, please send us an action plan of your last quality assurance review, or if you have already sent us an action plan, update it and tell us what is happening now before we come. And having said that we are going to be doing 10 quality assurance reviews in 2022, that means we'll also be knocking on your doors to get those reviewers, because those reviewers are going to come from your side. So we really hope we are going to have a very good and busy 2022 when we start with our fiscal reviews. But this year we will also do a few fiscal reviews before the year ends. So that's the message that I have in finance.
Thanks, Josie, and thanks, Meisie, and good morning, everybody. And like they've said, it's an honor and a pleasure for us to open this session today. Just two other things from my side that I want to bring to your attention. The first one is on the institutional capacity building framework. You know, as always, we send out a questionnaire towards the end of the year for you to populate your responses, and that questionnaire has been circulated on the 10th of October. We've made some minor changes with a few additional questions that we've added, just clarity from things that we've missed in the previous year's questionnaire. The deadline for the submissions is on the 31st of December this year, so please, in essence, you've got about 2.5 months to complete, give your responses and get it in. It makes it difficult if we do not get the responses in time. Obviously, we start working on the report, and that report must go into the governing board meeting next year. So please focus, make sure that we get the responses in by the 31st of December. You also see we've again included comments blocks under each individual question. Give us as much information under each of those, under your responses. Again, that information help us then to work on the ICBF, being able to analyze the critical issues and the challenges that you as organizations are facing. Just to echo what Josephine said on the quality assurance reviews, make sure that your ICBF responses correlate to the latest QA findings, please. It's important that there should be a realistic and objective view in terms of where we are on terms of the status of the ICBF domains. We also do training on the 2nd and the 3rd of December. We've allocated the different countries or member countries into 2 groups. So it's a 1-day session per country. The country names is on the screen at the moment, but it's also included in the letter that was sent to all your auditors generals. So please, if we can ask, attend the training and make sure that we submit the responses by the end of December. Then moving on to the second issue that I want to just bring under your attention is a stakeholder perception survey that we are going to conduct. It's important for us to have an understanding of, what is your perception of us as an organization, what can we do to improve, what else should we do, and all those kind of things. It's a fairly short survey, and on the screen is a QR code, so for those of you who are technically savvy, you can now, take out your cell phones for a minute and take a picture of the QR code. The link for the survey will also be posted in the comments block, so you can always also access it there. Again, please give us this information and feedback so that we know what we can do and what we should do differently. It's very important for us. The relationship with the partners and member countries is very important. So for us to get that information. All right. Then the next thing that I want to talk through is just on the program of today, and the program and the future for today is focusing on developing, adaptive capabilities and, making sure that we are adjusting the way that we operate, being prepared for future activities and disruptions. And we're going to start off with a keynote speaker presentation from Graeme Codrington. And then after his session, we're going to take a comfort break, and then we're going to speak about what we as member countries are and should be doing in terms of capacity development, and how do you map your own developmental needs. What do you do to make sure that you understand your needs? How do you communicate that to your partners and your stakeholders? And also then how do you report on that to your stakeholders at parliamentary level? So the first session after lunch will then focusing on, again, making sure that whatever we do today is going to address the developmental needs and the expectations going forward. And then after that session, we're going to have a few of our new organizations and entities that we're working with. We're going to have a session with the Switzerland's embassy. We're also going to talk about, with the Auditor General of South Africa, and then also getting information from two of the other international partners, the GIZ and IDI, in terms of programs that they do on a continental level. So just to make sure that you are aware of all of those activities. So the program for today, again, what are we doing now to prepare ourselves for the future? Obviously in terms of planning, and then also in this afternoon on the relationships with these entities. Before I hand over to Graeme Codrington, I just want to introduce him. He's working for an organization that's called Tomorrow Today Global. Tomorrow Today Global. Graeme is an international recognized futurist, and he helps organizations to understand the challenges that's currently in place and how those will shape the way that you work in future. But then also importantly, what do you do to stay ahead? And when I saw the word futurist, I was like, okay, what does it really mean? So in essence, it says, and it's Google that helped me with this, it says that it's the studies and prediction of the future, especially using the current basis and trends, looking at what's happening today and how do you adjust for that. Graeme has worked in over 80 countries in the last 20 years. Over the last number of years, he's had sessions with in excess of 100,000 people per year, so he's internationally recognized. He is also the author of a number of books, and two of them that caught my eye is Leading in a Changing World. It was issued a few years ago. And then also a book that was published in 2019, Future-Proof Your Child for the 2020s and Beyond, How to Parent in Disruptive Times. Again, how do we bring up our own children to make sure, obviously, for them to be capacitated and be able to go into the workplace in future. Graeme, with that, with these few words, I want to thank you again for making the time available, and we're looking forward to your session today. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure. Thank you very much, Wynand. It's wonderful to be with you, and thank you for joining us in this session. As Wynand said, between now and lunchtime, I'm going to be talking about how to become more adaptive, how to become more responsive to change, more resilient in the face of disruption, how to deal with the world that we live in now. Just a few technical things to make sure that we can get the most of our time together before I get into my content. The first thing is you'll probably see I'm not sharing slides. I'm actually in my slides. I think this is the way of the future if we're going to do these virtual meetings more. So if you cannot see me full screen, if you can't see my whole slide and my name and my logo at the bottom, What you need to do is just roll over my name, which is probably down here somewhere for you. And there's 3 little dots next to my name. And if you click on those, you'll have options. Depending on your version of Teams, you can fit to frame or pin to screen. Just increase me so you can see my slides nicely. Secondly, please make use of the chat box and the Q&A. I'm sure you're all familiar now with Zoom webinar features, but you've got a chat box. What I'd like to ask you to use the chat box for is, as I'm talking, if you have an aha moment, if you have a thought where you think, wow, that makes a lot of sense to me, I hope that that happens for you. And I hope that what happens is that you have a thought which adds to what I said. So it's an improvement on the words I used. It's maybe something that really applies to your business, to the work that you do. I started life as an accountant at KPMG, but I left many, many years ago via the IT sector. I'm now in consulting. So you know your work, you know your business way better than I do. And if something that I say really connects with the work that you do in your SAI, something that you want to do, please go into the chat box and start a statement with an exclamation mark. Yeah, let me show you what I mean. So if you're looking at the chat box now, start the thought with an exclamation mark and then put your thought. The reason to do that is this is one of the advantages of the digital platform. We can share while I'm talking. You can add to what I'm saying. We wouldn't really be able to do that if we were in a physical space. It would be a little bit too disruptive, but we can use the digital space. I'd love you to help me take what I've prepared this morning and improve its value for yourself and your colleagues. So hopefully you're prepared to do that. Now we've also got a Q&A box as well. And I've got 2 or 3 screens in front of me here. I can see you, but I'm also looking in different directions. I can see the Q&A box. If you type a question in there, I'll try and deal with it. If it's the right time to deal with it, I'll deal with it straight away. Otherwise, we'll leave the questions for some time at the end. Wynand or somebody from the studio will come back in and help me work through the questions. So any specific questions you'd like to give to me, please use the Q&A box for that. We're going to try and be as interactive as we can here. So I want to use one other tool as well. And this, you're going to get your phones out again. There's another QR code for you. I want to use a system called AHA Slides. It's very similar to Mentimeter or Slido. Some of you might have used these. And so let's just make sure that it's working. Now, so won't you just grab your phone? That's the easiest way to do it. Point the camera at that QR code, and that should open up this website for you. If your camera doesn't work or you'd prefer not to use it, then you can just go on any browser to this website, ahaslides.com/AFROSAI-E, without the little dash in it. In fact, I can pop that, I think, let's quickly pop that into the chat box as well. Just make your life a whole lot easier here. There we go. Fantastic. Now, just for data protection purposes, just so that you know, I'm not recording any of your data. It's all anonymous. I'm not storing this data later. If you are being asked for a login or you've got to put your name in, you're in the wrong place. Okay, so some of you, I see you are getting in there. As I say, it is anonymous, but I can see how many people are in there. And I'd love for all of you to do this. So we've got 174 people participating in the webinar, and I can see only about 30 of you have got into AHA Slides. And I'll give you another few seconds to get in there. Let me show you what I can see so that you know why I'm doing it. There we go. We've got people from all over the place. Hey, Pretoria, you've really come to the party today. But then, wow, all the way up to London, and then obviously, as we expected, across the rest of the continent. from Windhoek. Hey, whoever it is from Windhoek, I hope you're enjoying the Cricket World Cup as much as I'm enjoying Namibia. What a story that is in the Cricket World Cup at the moment. To everybody else, thank you. So thank you now. There's a whole lot of people piling in here. Please make sure you get enough. Keep that open for me, please, because I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to ask you 2 questions during my presentation, and I'd really like your input. This is the best that we can do in the digital world, and hopefully it adds to the learning. Right. Okay. Lots of introduction, but here we go. We're ready to get going now. As Wynand said, I'm here to help you think about what it means to become more adaptive. Obviously, over the last 18 months or so, we've all been forced by COVID into an environment where we've had to work from home. We've been in lockdown, the IT systems we've had to learn. This type of conference, running things together. COVID has forced us into a disruptive space. But even if COVID wasn't in the system, and I don't know how long it will take to get out of the system, my personal view is we're probably going to have to learn to live with COVID, like we live with flu and other diseases. But anyway, different topic for another day. Even if COVID wasn't in our system, I think that we need to expect the years ahead, the rest of this decade, to be one of the most disrupted periods in human history, not just in our lifetimes, but I think that the 10 years that lie ahead of us are going to see more change than the last 50 years have had combined. And I really, really am serious about that. Everything from extreme weather and climate change to geopolitical shifts and adjustments, changes in economics and political and social issues in different countries. We have to deal with wealth inequality, especially across our continent. Here in Africa, we can't just let that keep going the way that it is. We're going to have medical advances coming that are unbelievable. A lot of my clients are in the pharmaceutical space, and I cannot tell you how excited they are about some of the advances that are about to hit us. And COVID has given them an opportunity to see how quickly they can bring some really valuable new drugs to the market. Did you see just last week, there is now a breast cancer vaccine that is going into trials. And about a month ago, they released a malaria vaccine. This is an immense and is going to really be a positive contribution to the world. And then, of course, we don't need to say it, but it's there, digital transformation, the 4th industrial revolution. The list goes on and on and on. You've been to all the conferences I've been to over the last 5 to 10 years. We've been looking ahead to the 2020s, and we've been waiting for this decade to arrive. A decade in which every single industry, every single sector of society, every part of our lives is going to be disrupted and the foundations shaken. I know I'm sounding like I'm overstating and getting all hyper about it, but I really don't think that I'm being hyperbolic. I think that the 10 years lying ahead of us are going to be filled with disruption. So if we think about what that means for us, I think there's a phrase that might be useful. And I'm going to get you involved in a second because I would love your input. I think the phrase that is useful here is that we need to be thinking about what are the changes to the rules for success and failure in different parts of our lives, in different industries. And of course, you need to be thinking about that from an AFROSAI perspective as well. But before we look at it from your perspective, so don't start with you, because obviously the work that you do in the countries that you're in is impacted by every single sector, every single industry. So part of your job is to look beyond just your job and to think about all the shifts taking place at the moment. When I say changes to the rules, as soon as I start speaking to auditors and AGs and so on, of course, we have to be careful because there are regulations, there are laws, there are legal frameworks. I get that. And at one level, that is correct. I am saying that some of these rules need to change. A good example in your space is, how are we going to account for cryptocurrencies? You know, Kenya's had M-Pesa for a while, and we kind of just treat it as a standard currency. But now you've got Bitcoin and these cryptos coming in. How do you value those on a balance sheet? How do you account for them in an income statement? It's crazy times. And yes, some people are thinking it through. Countries like China are just saying, no, we're going to ban it all. It's not something we want to deal with at the moment. So there are regulatory shifts there, changes in legislation and so on. But that's not really what I have in mind. When I say the rules for success and failure, I'm really thinking about best practice, norms and standards. I'm thinking about the fact that, let me give you an example to help you. A lot of people have realized that they don't have to live near the office anymore. So most of us, for most of our working careers, we've chosen where to live so that it's a not so painful commute in traffic. And now we've realized actually a lot more of us can work from home or not go into the office as often as maybe we used to. Once you get your head around that, once you realize, hang on, I don't have to go to the office to do my work. I don't have to live near my work. I don't have to live in the same city as my job. Do you know what? I don't even have to live in the same country as my job. I don't even have to live in the same time zone. And as soon as you get your head around that, here's what's going to happen next. A lot of people are going to say, well, where do I look for my next job? I'm not limited to just the country I live in, the city I stay in. I can look anywhere. Companies are going to be saying, well, where do we find our employees? We don't have to only get somebody who lives in our city. If we need a particular skill, if we need to put a team together to do something specific, we can look all over the world for our team members. Now, the people like yourselves who connected with an organization like AFROSAI, you are used to thinking of teams and of groups of people that spread across boundaries and spread across national borders and support each other and learn from each other across the continent. Most people haven't been used to that in their mindsets. I think one of the changes to how different industries are going to think is they're going to change who should we hire, where do they live, how do we build a team, how much do we have to pay these people. Maybe we don't have to be restricted to office hours anymore because we can build a team across time zones that gives us a 24/7 operation. And this is now easier and more open than it's ever been before. So I hope that I've got your brain thinking. I want to get you involved in the conversation. So what changes? Won't you go to this AHA slides? If you kept it open, it should now move you on to the next slide. And now you've got this question. What changes in different rules for success and failure? Who are your clients? Where are your clients? Who are your stakeholders? And where are they? And what do they want from you? And what is their expectation? Who are your employees and colleagues? And where do you find them? And what skills do you need? And how much is it going to cost you? And what does the office look like? And what are office hours in the future, et cetera, et cetera. So you go anywhere you want to go in your mind. And I'll ask you to just answer this question for me. And in a second, we'll have a look at some of your ideas. Specifically, thinking about the work that you do, obviously, and in your size, but also thinking about the changes in your country, and changes that might be specific to your country. Some of them may be brought on by COVID, others of them brought on by some of these other mega shifts, these mega trends that are coming our way in the future. Right, we've got a few people coming in now. Please play along with me here. As I say, we want to be as interactive as we can, given the limitations of the digital world. I see a few of you typing in, thank you, that's fantastic. So somebody's just said electronic access to info to do audits that our governments have to digitize. I mean, some of our governments are quite far ahead. I mean, Rwanda, for example, I think, from what I can see, Rwanda looks like they as far ahead as any government on the South African continent of digitizing. The South African government, especially in the revenue side, pretty good as well. In fact, South Africa was the first revenue service to go to e-filing for taxes and so on globally. I mean, that was 10 years ago even. So yeah, but we have to do more, don't we? Of course. And if we're thinking of audit, I mean, just here's 3 words: real-time audit. I think that's where we get to by 2029. So there's a lot coming in here. Let me tell you a quick story while you're thinking, just to get your brains opening. Here's a story of somebody who didn't see the future. And while you're listening to my story, keep adding to this list. By the way, we'll be able to send you this list later so that this can become something that provides a conversation starter for you and your team. So again, please share your information, and don't forget, if you do have an aha moment, use the chat box to record it with that exclamation mark. But here's my story. My story is about a completely different industry, but I want you to think, what are the lessons you could learn from this story for your work and for audit and public finances and so on. So Disney Plus is Disney's online streaming channel. It competes with Netflix and Showmax and other channels like that. And it was launched in September of 2019. So just before lockdown, they had a 5-year plan to get 64 million subscribers by 2024. I'm sure it won't surprise you that lockdown has been their friend, that lots of people have signed up for Disney Plus. Sadly, we can't get it legally anyway. We can't get it on the African continent yet. It'll be coming in June next year. So 6 months' time, we'll be able to get it. It's $9 a month. And yeah, as I say, they had a target, and it won't surprise you that they easily beat that target. By January 2021, they already had 100 million subscribers. That's not bad, right? That's nearly $1 billion of revenue every month before you do any advertising or anything else. Nice. They've, by the way, reset their targets for 240 million subscribers by 2024. I think they will easily do that. So almost random numbers. Maybe there's a lesson there. Maybe there's a lesson that in the time of disruption, it's very difficult to have 3 to 5 year plans. I'm not saying you shouldn't have them, but you've probably got to get used to both having a longer term plan and then being prepared to adjust and shift that plan very, very quickly on an ongoing basis. We can't just wait for the end of the year to do an annual review. I think the world's moving faster than that. That's the type of lesson I'm wanting you to think about. And maybe that's something you can add to those AHA slides on one of the rules for success and failure. That's changing, right? You're with me. The story is helpful. Don't forget, please capture some of your thoughts in AHA slides. I'll get to those in a second. Anyway, that's the background. Now, here's my story. When they hit 100 million subscribers, it's January this past year, Disney said they were going to bring forward their 5-year plan. They were planning that in 2024, they would begin to launch movies and new products onto the Disney Plus channel. This is a fundamentally massive shift in the billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar entertainment industry. Because at the moment, the industry releases new movies into the movie theater. You have to go to the movie theater to watch them. Then a few months later, they release them for TV channels. There's a bit more revenue, so there's a second revenue stream. Then about a year later, they release them on DVD and Blu-ray, and they get another revenue stream. Disney said, no, we're going to blow that whole business model up, and we're going to release the new movies onto Disney Plus first. You don't have, if you've got a Disney Plus account, you don't have to go to the movie theater at all. And the first movie they did that with came out earlier this year. It was Marvel's Black Widow starring Scarlett Johansson. Here's what happened. Scarlett Johansson and her team signed a contract with Disney Plus that she was going to be paid $10 million, base salary. Not bad, right? For starring in a movie, but that's her base salary. But then she was going to earn somewhere between 5 and 10% of all movie theater revenue. She was hoping to bump that up to 50 million or more in overall revenues. And when they released it onto the Disney Plus channel, the contract that she had signed said that she got zero revenue, nothing from the streaming service. Anybody who watched Black Widow on Disney Plus, Scarlett Johansson earned nothing. So she decided to sue Disney. She said, Disney's broken their agreement with me. I'm not getting as much money as I expected. There's an interesting thought. You sue your employer. It's not really good for future work. But anyway, she went ahead. 3 weeks ago, they settled out of court. We don't know the details. I'm trying to find it because it's going to be interesting, I'm sure. Here's my question. How on earth did Scarlett Johansson and her team not think about streaming services and revenue from online people watching the movie online? I mean, it's not like they signed the contract 30 years ago and it's an ancient contract when nobody had heard of the internet. She probably signed the contract 3 or 4 years ago, and they must have known that a streaming service was coming. They literally just left it out of the contract. If we are thinking about the disruptions that are coming our way, I wonder what we might be missing. I wonder what disruptions people from outside, we look at Scarlett Johansson and we think, what? How is it possible that she didn't even think about it? But I wonder if there are people who are outside of your industry who are looking in at you and saying, I can't believe that you are not keeping up with these changes, that you're not seeing these big disruptors coming our way. And when they do arrive, you all act surprised and say, oh, where did cryptocurrencies come from? You know, where did digitization come from? And everybody else looks at you and said, where have you been for the last 10 years? I'm basically giving you some context here before I give you the solution. But let's have a look at what you've been saying. I think there's a lot of things here that are super important. Obviously, one of the big themes that I'm seeing here is the issue of digital, right? Is the need to make sure that we've got people who are skilled to work virtually. So there's virtual audits. We've got to get used to the fact that we're not going to be able to meet face to face, that location isn't critical to being productive. We have to improve the IT systems for yourself, not just the general IT systems, but internal SAI IT systems as well. We've got to be thinking about this hybrid world, this virtual world where maybe there's more flexibility. We don't need office hours. We don't even need an office maybe in terms of how we work. And there's massive themes here around team structures. Who needs to be in a team, how those team works, or what the working environments need to be like. I think we're all on the same page. I think we can see there's a lot coming. And I think every one of these is absolutely calling out to you to say, rethink. Don't just grit your teeth. Don't just try and go back to the way things were. Don't just hope, please let COVID be over and then we can get back to the way that things were. It's never going to happen. As I say, COVID is in the system, and I think COVID has accelerated changes, but I think those changes were going to come anyway. So whether COVID was there or not, I think we were going to be dealing with these issues. And the issue is very simply, if I can kind of just pull all of this together into one phrase. It's we've got to learn to know what to do when what to do is unclear. If only we had a crystal ball, right? That would be perfect. If only we could predict the future with some level of certainty, everything would be fine. But I'm pretty certain, Wynand, your team in the studio there, when we come back to you later, if you've got a crystal ball, please, please share it with us. But of course, we don't. So here's one of my favorite quotes from Mark Mullen, the CEO of Atom, and I think he's spot on when he says this. We can't predict the future. Wynand, that's not what a futurist does. You got it exactly right. I spend a lot more time reading history textbooks because we can't predict the future, but we can look for trends and patterns. But actually, more importantly, and the work I mainly do is the work I'm doing with you today. And that is that it's more important for us to prepare for whatever might happen, to engineer agility and flexibility, responsiveness to change, resilience, adaptability, whatever words you prefer to use. We've got to build those into our DNA so that whatever comes our way, we're able to deal with, engage with, respond, and not be taken by surprise, not feel like we're being overwhelmed. So, if we have to rethink and unlearn, and we've got to build this adaptability into our system, how do we do that? How do we go about doing that? Well, I'd like to suggest that there are 7 things that need to be done. But, and thank you, I'm now confident that you are playing along with me here. What I'd like you to do is I would like you to go back to AHA slides. And while I'm talking, I want you to add what you believe we need to do. What do you in the SAIs need to do? So we've talked about what are some of the shifts, what are some of the things that we are going to have to be thinking about in terms of changes, deep, fundamental and foundational changes to the way that our world works. Okay, so what do we have to do? What is the response as we rethink and unlearn, as we change the way that we engage with the world? Now, maybe you want to sit back for a few minutes and listen, because I'm going to give you 7 things, and then I'm going to see what you add to my list, because my list is just a start. If we had just 3 days only with me, I could fill it with things to talk about, but here's a quick list of 7 things. Don't forget, I'd love to see your AHA thoughts in the chat box, and if you have any specific questions you'd like to ask me, the Q&A box is there for you as well. So, what do we need to do? By the way, I'm going to try and be immensely practical. I don't want to give you something that's going to require you to go back to university for 3 years. That's going to require $1 million budget. That's too big for you to handle. I want to give you 7 things that I hope you look at and say, I can do that, and I want to start tomorrow. So the first, and maybe the second most important, the most important one's right at the end. But the first thing to do is, as you can see, spend more time on the balcony. Now, this is maybe an interesting way to phrase this. I'm borrowing language from a framework called adaptive leadership. It was developed by Ron Heifetz, a professor at Harvard. And if you're interested, I'd highly recommend reading up about adaptive leadership. But one of the pillars of adaptive leadership is that we need to take more time for reflection, more time to think about our thinking, more time to think about our work. Most of us are caught up with the tyranny of the urgent. Every time you open, your phone buzzes in your hand, beeps at you. You've got, by the way, that's an easy thing to do. Turn off your notifications on your phone. It'll help your soul a lot more. I turned my notifications off years ago. I think I'm a much more healthy person because of it. But when you hit your send and receive button and a whole lot of new emails come in, what do? You deal with the new emails, not things you were supposed to be dealing with. And a lot of that's got to do with just being caught up in the urgent, in our to-do lists and our task lists. Now that is the dance. So in this picture, there's a dance to be danced, and that's the work that has to be done, right? So you have to do that. I'm not saying don't do the work, but every now and again, you've got to come off of the dance floor. You've got to climb up the stairs, come around, stand on the balcony and look. If I want to use business language, I'd use big picture thinking. I'd use strategic mindset. I'd say talking with a longer term horizon. Taking some time out, and I think you need to do this every single week, just a short period of time where you and your team take some time to reflect on what you're doing, to think more long term, to look at the bigger picture, and to not just be caught up in your to-do list. I've seen too many people over the last 18 months just be caught up in more meetings, more emails. Some of them were just trying to look busy so that they could justify to their boss, yes, I'm working from home, but I promise you I'm busy. Some of it is because there's been more work to do, and we've been in learning mode and we've been in growth mode, and that takes a lot of effort and energy. But a lot of us are exhausted, and high productivity is masking exhaustion in most of our workforces. It's not sustainable. And there's a lot of reasons. There's a wellness and a health reason. There's a strategic reason. And the biggest reason to get more time on the balcony is because if you don't, you will never spot disruption coming. So that's why I start with this. Remember, I'm answering a question. How do we build adaptability? How do we make sure that changes, disruption, shifts in the world around us, how do we make sure they don't overwhelm us? Well, this is answer number one. There's seven more there's seven coming, but this is answer number one. You need to have some time for reflection. Now, a lot of people say, yes, Graeme, I agree. I agree, and I do it. I do spend time on the balcony. But then I say to them, right, get out your diary, get out your calendar, show me. Show me where your time for reflection is. I don't see it in your meetings. I don't see it on your agendas. Agendas of meetings that I get to attend, and I will do a lot of work with senior leaders in different industries. They are just filled with reports and to-do lists and task lists and updates. I don't see a meeting that's scheduled for the balcony to not look at this week or this month's work, but to give us that time to think. I don't see that. So then people say, no, but Graeme, you don't understand. I do it when I go for a run on a Saturday morning, and that's a nice time for me to think. When I sit down in an evening and I've got a nice glass of whatever it is you drink, you say, that's when I reflect, watching the sunset. That gets me thinking. Maybe when you're lying in the bath or whatever. Okay, those are good answers to the questions about where your balcony is. But those are all in your spare time. Those are all just, well, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. It isn't scheduled in your diary. And I think it needs to be scheduled during work hours. If we were in a room together, I'd ask you to tell me, where is your balcony? Maybe you can drop that into the AHA slides if you've got a really good idea, because one of the things we need to rethink and unlearn is pulling balcony space into our week. Give you an example. Many years ago, we were working with a senior leader from a big retailing company here in South Africa, and we convinced him that he needed to do some more of this balcony time. And he thought, hey, reading a book is a good balcony. He's absolutely right. Reading books is essential. I don't know how you keep ahead of change. I don't know how you refresh your mind without reading. You can listen to audio books as well, but we've got to keep filling our minds. And of course, he was trying to do that in his spare time. We inspired him, and he said, okay, I'm going to start reading books during office hours. And what we convinced him to do was to do it quite obviously. So close his computer lid, put all of the distractions aside, take out a book, and from 9 o'clock until 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, this senior leader of a very large organization would read a book. He said it was remarkable. People would put their heads around the door to just see if they could interrupt him, to see if they could come speak to him. And they would look to see if he was busy. They would see that he was reading a book. And they would walk into his office and say, I see you're not busy. Would you mind if I come and chat to you? And he used the opportunity to push back at them and said, why do you think I'm not busy? Oh, well, you're just reading a book. And he would push back and say, well, why isn't that considered part of my job? In fact, why wouldn't you think it's one of the most important things I might do this week? What happened was, and you can see the slide, it turned into a book club where everybody else got excited. And so the company then decided to say, well, we'll buy books. Anybody who wants to be part of the book club, we'll buy the book for you. We'll read it one chapter at a time. And every Tuesday morning, we'll get together and discuss what we've read, what we've learned, and how we could apply that to our business. It wasn't really the book club that changed the company, but it was the attitude towards taking time to be on the balcony. Sometimes a balcony is just stepping away, taking a moment. We're going to take a refreshment break when my session is finished because we need that refreshment. Make sure you step away from the computer, take the break, go outside, get into nature. Those are balconies, yes. But there are also very significant balconies that you can schedule in your diary. In my opinion, you've got to find about an hour a week, maybe half an hour with yourself and half an hour with your team. And if you think you can't find the time to do an hour of reflection, well, maybe you've just answered your own question about why everything seems to be spinning all the time and why you never seem to be able to catch up with your work. And maybe you'll be hit hard by disruption. You've really got to find the time. It's got to be one of the most important things you do. You've got to put it in your diary and not, if you have to move it because a meeting that's important comes in, you don't cancel your balcony, you just reschedule it. I hope I'm making sense. Again, if you've got questions or something you want to ask me, put it in the Q&A box. If you want to add something to what I'm saying or add an insight, please use the chat box to do that. Okay, just by the way, I love this little graphic. What people think makes them more productive is working harder. What science and research and everything we know about human beings tells us is that what actually makes us more productive is not doing more hard work, but is being cleverer about our balconies. Okay, I think I've hit that one hard on the head, but I'm passionate about it and I think it's important. Now, maybe while you're on the balcony, the second thing that you need to do is significant, and that is you need to learn to ask better questions. Yes, of course, we all ask questions and we're good at asking questions, but most people, the questions that you ask in a work meeting, the questions that you ask of your colleagues are what I call clarifying questions. They are questions about how do we do the thing right? What needs to be done? When must it be done by? Please clarify exactly what has to happen. Here's a report. Please explain the numbers here to me. But it's about making sure that you do the thing right. What I'm talking about, if I talk about asking better questions, I think we need to spend a lot more time asking questions about, are we doing the right things? Can you see it's a balcony question? It's a question which doesn't say, how do we do the work that we're supposed to be doing better? It's asking, is this actually the work that needs to be done? Is there other work that needs to be done? So that's one way to think about what I mean by a better question. Another way is to think about, what do you measure? the reports that you come up with, the things that you report to each other. What are you measuring? Why are you measuring it? And what are the consequences of the things that you measure? Did some work with a bank a number of years ago, and they were measuring their sales team's acquisition of new accounts. So number of new accounts opened, and they were going brilliantly. It was an amazing time. The bank was growing a lot. However, the profitability of the bank wasn't increasing. It's a massive increase in activity, massive increase in accounts opened, but profit was struggling. Now, you'll be ahead of this. You'll know the silly, simple mistake they made. They were a startup bank, and they maybe got caught up in measuring the wrong things. Because when they actually did the calculation of what every new account actually cost them, in terms of the admin load, in terms of the auditing load that would come with it, the verification load, the legal frameworks, then the time spent in servicing those accounts, they discovered that about 80% of their accounts were unprofitable. Yes, they were increasing their revenue, or not even their revenue sometimes. They were just increasing the number of accounts they had, but not necessarily getting more profit. Obviously, some of those accounts would become profitable over the time, but they realized that at least half of the accounts were never going to be profitable. It actually wasn't worth it. It's a simple example, and maybe when you think, how can you make such a silly mistake? Except I wonder if you look at yourself, are you measuring the right things? Are you asking the right questions? Or are you simply going through the motions of reporting what you've always reported? By the way, this is a huge leadership tool, and I'm not going to go into more detail now, but if you want a book recommendation, a very easy book to read, and one which I think will really give you a lot of insights, Edgar and Peter Shine's book, Humble Inquiry. What a beautiful subtitle, The Gentle Art of Asking Instead of Telling. And seriously, this is a powerful leadership book. Leaders need to get better at asking better questions. I'd rather work for a leader who's got questions that are difficult to answer than work for a boss who has got answers that are difficult to question. Think about that for a second. Now that leads, and hopefully you'll see the flow of my thinking here, that leads to a very, very important thing that we need to do if we're going to become more adaptive. Remember, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you 7 things that you can do to become more responsive to change. One of the significant things you can do is push decision-making authority lower down in the system. We do have a problem. The people who have the responsibility to do things in our organizations very often don't have the authority to do those things. Client that I had during lockdown, their sales team were told, go out. This is April last year, early lockdown. Go out to all of our clients, find out what they need. This is chaos. Our stores are shut. Our supply chain is a mess. Let's speak to our clients, find out what they need. So the salespeople rushed out and did their job. It was their responsibility. And they got feedback. We need more stock faster. We need less stock. We need a price adjustment, whatever. They heard a lot of stuff. But they had to bring all of that information back. And then the sales manager took it to the executive team, and the executive team had long debates about it. Then they decided that they could make some changes. Then legal and compliance wanted to get involved to make sure that everything was fine. Then marketing wanted to get involved to make sure that the new contract was put on the right letterhead. I'm overstating this a little bit, but you know what I'm talking about, right? There's the authority to get stuff done is often not in the right place. We need to bring authority and responsibility closer together, or maybe another way of thinking about it is flattening our hierarchical controls. Now, you can't do that by Friday. That's not something you just send an email and say, well, we can flatten those hierarchical controls, because maybe the people lower down in the system don't have the necessary skill set. They don't have the big picture that they need. So you might have to upskill them. So this is not something you can just do by Friday. It's something you've got to work towards doing. And in a sense, maybe a phrase here that might be useful to you is that you've got to make structure your strategy for the next 12 to 18 months, right? The structure of your organization needs to be made visible. You need to, on the balcony, ask really good questions about whether the structures you've got, the systems, the processes, the maybe even the word culture here might be better, right? You've got to ask whether all of these things are actually doing what you need them to do. Are they delivering adaptability into your system? Now, some of you are thinking, hang on, I don't know if I can do this. Well, if I can give you another book recommendation, a guy called David Marquette has written a magnificent book. And if you're not a book reader, he's done a 12-minute TED Talk on the topic. So just do a search for David Marquette, turn the ship around, 12-minute video, you're good to go. He was the commander of a United States nuclear submarine, and he distributed authority. Military, nuclear submarine, and he was able to distribute authority. Let me give you the 2-minute version of how he did it, because there were 3 key principles, and I think you can apply these to distribute authority yourself. The first is everybody on your team has to be clear about what your team is supposed to be doing. He uses the word purpose. I wouldn't use that word because people think of vision, mission, values. It's not that. It's not the big purpose. It's literally, what is your team supposed to be delivering? What are the outcomes? So I would have said clarity of outcomes, clarity of deliverables. So you have the conversation. Everybody on your team is part of the conversation. So you don't just say to somebody, you do your job. Don't worry about everybody else. You just do your job. Part of distributing decision-making is that different people know different parts of the job. And so everybody knows what needs to be done, and then they know what their part is. Not only do they know what has to be done by when, they also know why it needs to be done and why they need to do it. Okay, so we've got clarity of purpose or clarity of outcome. Then if you're taking notes, here's a note to take. And Gordon, thank you for your aha moment about the balcony time. If you're taking notes, Gordon, I think this might be another aha. And write this down exactly as he said it. What you then do as the manager of the team, as the leader of the group, you go to each person and you ask this question using these words. What do you intend to do? What do you intend to do? So if I was a member of your team, you would come to me and you'd say, Graeme, knowing what needs to be done, what do you, Graeme, intend to do? Today, this week, this month, whatever the time frame is you're talking about. Now, of course, 3 things could happen. The first thing is, I could give you the perfect answer. I could say, here's my to-do list, this is what I plan to do, and you can look at me and you can go, brilliant, well done, excellent. We still haven't wasted our time, by the way, because what you have done is a very important psychological tool. You have transferred the intent to me. You didn't say to me as my boss, you didn't say, Graeme, I hope you're going to do the following things by Friday. Are we good? You've asked me a better question. You asked me, humble inquiry, the gentle art of asking instead of telling. You've asked me, what am I going to do? I've now told you, I've made it my own. Psychologically, I'm now more proactive. Are you having that problem with your team? They're not really proactive. They only do what they're told. Well, maybe this is a secret to unlocking some of that for you. So that's the first thing that could happen. I tell you a perfect answer, you're beautifully happy with me. The second thing that might happen is that I give you an answer and you think, okay, that's different. That's not quite how I would have done it, but I can see what you're thinking. I can see that your approach could work. What you've actually done in that moment is you've done the fourth thing. I'm kind of just sneaking in my fourth thing here quickly. You need to embrace difference, right? If we're going to be more adaptive, you can't just ask the same people the same questions and then think that you're going to get different answers. To be adaptive, we've got to build a team that is filled with people with different perspectives. When we think of difference or diversity, we often think of culture and gender, and those are important and they are significant aspects of diversity. But of course, there are so many other diversity categories, from personalities, introverts and extroverts, to experience. You know, should you speak to the people who've got 25 years of experience in the game? Of course you should. They are wise and they're worth listening to. But what about somebody with only 25 weeks of experience? They've only been here half a year. Are they worth listening to? Yes, they have an interesting perspective, especially in a time of disruptive change, especially in a time when we should be expecting more disruption than we've ever experienced before. Maybe we should be listening to the people who are not stuck in only doing it the way it's always been done. Maybe we should be listening to people who are coming in with fresh eyes. Maybe we need to bring people into our teams who've got different backgrounds, different levels of experience, different educational backgrounds. There's a lot that we can do here to get new ways of thinking. Okay, you still with me? So transferring intent, you ask me what I plan to do. I give you something that's really different from what you might have done, but you think, okay, I'll give it a chance. Let's see what happens, right? Let's embrace difference. Graeme, I'm going to check in with you a little bit more regularly, if you don't mind, because I want to see how this goes. This is a bit of an experiment. Let's see what happens. I'm excited. I said there were three things that could happen. One, a perfect answer. Secondly, something different. The third answer might be awful. The person might give you a list of things they plan to do, and you look at them and go, what? Are you mad? Have you even been listening? Were we in the same meeting? And at that point, you need to go back, make sure that something's gone wrong, right? They clarify the outcomes, clarify the deliverables, clarify the purpose, and maybe increase their competence. Maybe realize this person doesn't have the skill set they need, and your job as a leader is to increase their competence so that they will take responsibility and deliver their purpose. How genius is that? Simple concept, and again, highly recommend his book and his video to give you some more of the context and to hear his story. So I've given you 4 things of my 7 so far that you need to do, right? Get on the balcony, ask better questions, distribute decision-making, and embrace difference. But before I give you the last 3, let me quickly have a look at what you have been saying. And thank you. A lot of you have been putting ideas in here. And don't forget, I'm going to share this list with you afterwards. So it's worth capturing some ideas, and then we can all learn from each other afterwards here. So what are you saying? Yeah, we've got to learn to be more flexible. We've got to learn. Some of you are now capturing some of the thoughts I've given you. Read more, keep up with the world around us, embrace uncertainty, and think about different ways of doing business. I hope these 7 things I'm giving you are 7 practical tools that will help you with that rethinking. Whoever said encourage people to experiment, you're ahead of me. That's my 7th one, and I think experimentation is the most important on my list. So we'll get to that in a second. Haha, I love this one. Unlearn to say yes to everything. Put boundaries in place. That's part of what your balcony time is going to be, to learn where your boundaries should be. And yeah, other people's lack of planning shouldn't be your crisis. Other people's inability to prioritize properly shouldn't put you in a mess. Oh, here's a long one. Let me read this quickly. An innovative idea, a better way of exploring new ideas that does not deviate you from the core values and principles in reaching your goals. Absolutely. You've got to know what your core values are, your principles, and then, yeah, doing it right, doing it better is important. But as I said to you, it's not just about doing what you already do and doing it better. You've also got to spend some time, especially during a time of disruptive change, to ask whether we are doing the right things as well. So thank you. Thank you for your contributions. Those are all valuable, and it looks like we're on the same page. Keep adding to that list, please. We've got a few more minutes of me kind of talking to you, and then we will be able to look at that full list again. And don't forget, if you have any questions for me, you'll have the opportunity in a few minutes' time to ask those questions. There's too many of us to just switch on our microphones, so we are going to use the Q&A box for the questions. Please put your questions in Q&A if you have any for me. Okay, got 3 more to go. I hope this is useful. I hope you're enjoying this. So the 5th thing that we need to do is to embrace an entrepreneurial mindset. Now, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that everybody needs to leave and start their own businesses. I'm not saying become an entrepreneur, but I'm saying we need to embrace the mindset of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are known as those people who just, they give it a go, right? They don't wait for the perfect environment. They don't wait for somebody else to come and tell them what to do. They are proactive. They try new things. They give it a go. Maybe most importantly at the moment, they make do with whatever they've got. They don't sit around and go, well, I don't have the perfect environment, so I'm just going to sit here and not do anything. I can be a little bit rude. You know, these little memes that they've got there. Here's one that we share around our team sometimes. Just shut up and get on with it. A little bit rude. Maybe I can be a little bit kinder and say, make do with what you've got, right? Yeah, COVID's messed us all up. And other stuff's going to keep messing us up over the next few years. It is going to be disruptive. It's going to be uncertain. Oh, what's that phrase? VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Get used to it, right? Don't wait for the perfect time to do something. Don't wait until you've got all of the resources and all of the information so that you can make the perfect decision with no risk. No, get on with it. Be a little bit more resilient. By the way, as a leader of the team, help your team to do that as well. The danger during a time of disruption is that you want to micromanage. A lot of people, when they were forced to work from home last year, a lot of managers said, how do I watch my team? How do I check that they've logged into the computer and they're actually working? Can I put software on that checks their keystrokes? I don't know if that happened in your office. I think that would be horrific. I think that'd be a horrible place to work. We've got to get this entrepreneurial spirit into our team. We would say, I trust you. Get on with the job. Go for it. You might say, yes, I don't micromanage my team. I do trust them. I have a simple question to you. Do your team know? What have you done in the last few days that lets your team actually know that you do trust them? That you are prepared to give them autonomy. That's the word here, autonomy. Messeret, you've asked if you are going to get my slides. The answer is yes. I will give you a link in a few minutes' time where you can download all of these slides. Hopefully you can use this then to have this conversation with your team and your office. Gentle, it says you're having issues with the voices of the presenter. I hope it's not horrible. And if there's anything that the technical team can do to help us, I'm sure that they will They will help you. Sometimes just going out of the Zoom session and coming back in again resets a few things. So see if that's useful for you. Okay, the fifth thing was embrace an entrepreneurial mindset. The sixth thing, oh, thanks, Gentle, for saying it's an insightful presentation. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're nearly done. Don't forget, if you have questions, the Q&A box is there. So the sixth thing that we need to do is get out of your box. Again, in COVID, it was important for us to focus, to do the work that needed to be done. But if you want to become more adaptive, if you want to become more responsive to change, you've got to extend. I've already said this, but I want to be very clear. You've got to be thinking about other people as well as yourself. You've got to be looking at the broader team. You've got to realize how you fit into the system. And you've got to be thinking from a systems perspective. That's not just a senior leader thing to do. Everybody has to think a little bit bigger than just my job. And people who come and say, well, that's my job description. That's all I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not doing anything else. Those people are not adaptable, and they're not going to help you to be more adaptive. You need to help them move on. If you want to be adaptive, you've got to have people in your team who are prepared to collaborate externally, work with partners, build platforms internally, reach out across internal silos and functional boundaries. Just be more collaborative. Simple, easy to do if you've got the right mindset. The last thing on my list, and I've already mentioned it, is we need to experiment more. We need to have a mindset in which we try things, we see whether they work or not, we share what we learn, and we try some more experiments. Now, if you're thinking, whoa, Graeme, hang on, we don't want lots of experiments, that's going to burn the place down. You know, we don't want people to blow the building up and whatever. Then you've misunderstood me. I agree with you. We don't want experiments that are very risky, that'll cost us a lot of money, that will hurt us if they go wrong. I'm thinking that we need lots of small experiments. You know, a lot of people tell you, think big. I will tell you, think small when it comes to experiments. I don't want you to have 2 big experiments before the end of the year. I want you to have 20 experiments before Christmas. And yes, Christmas is only 5 weeks away. No, 6 weeks. Relax, 6 weeks. Maybe even 7. Anyway, wherever Christmas is, I want you to have 20 experiments. I'm not joking. You can have 2 or 3 experiments a week. Every member of your team can have what? A small experiment. An experiment which won't cost any money, which won't break anything if it doesn't work. It's just a small thing to try. Maybe even the word experiment is the wrong word. Maybe it's just a question. Maybe all you do is you say to people, can we ask a question? Because you see, if you're just asking a question, you can't really fail. You just get an answer to your question. Maybe the answer is, never do that again, or no is the answer. That's fine. We learn something. It's not a failure. We got an answer to our question. We share the answer. We learn from it. We ask a different question. So, for example, I think a great question is, what is the office for? If we look ahead to 2022, what do we really want to go to the office for? I'm convinced that the hybrid workplace is here to stay. Sort of maximum flexibility, that there are going to be sometimes we need to be at the office, but who wants to drive to the office to spend 8 hours on your computer? What a waste. So there are reasons to go to the office, but let's be clear about what those reasons are. And I think that hybrid is only part of a massive shift in the future of work. Young millennials have a different picture of what work is and what work should be like. We should be experimenting with some of their thoughts and some of their approaches. We need to be thinking about and experimenting with different ways of running meetings, of managing teams, of connecting, of having balcony conversations. You can come up with 20 things that you could try, you and your team, before the end of the year. And the reason for that is not that all 20 of those things are going to be valuable. Some of those things are going to not be good. And you're going to say, no, let's not do that again. But what you're trying to do is you're actually trying to build a culture of experimentation so that you always trying something, always do something. And people are no longer scared of failure. They realize that if they try something and it doesn't work, you've got their back. It's fine. They've got psychological safety to be able to give it a go. And then they try something else. And then when you want to do something a little bit bigger, a little bit bolder, your team's ready for it. They've got the skill set. They know what it feels like to succeed and not succeed, to learn, to grow. Do you know what you've done? You've made structure your strategy. You've built DNA that, again, maybe culture is the better word here. A culture that is adaptive. Does that make sense? If you're taking a screenshot, there's the one to take. Because I think these are the 7 things that you need to do. 7 things that I don't think you need to go back to university to study. I don't think you need your boss's approval. I don't think this will take you 3 years to put in place. I think you can get going with these things. Allocate some time in your diary every week to work through this list. That's what the balcony will do. Come up with better questions about what it is that you're measuring, why you're measuring it, what the consequences are, how we change, what things. There's some great questions you could ask. Distribute decision-making. Make sure that people feel that they've got the authority that goes along with the responsibility to be more adaptive. Make sure that you listen to different perspectives and deliberately get different perspectives in. Develop that entrepreneurial mindset, collaborate more, and then probably most importantly on the list, build this culture of experimentation. I don't see any questions in the Q&A box, but I've left 15 minutes now. Our agenda runs until a break in 15 minutes time for Q&A. If we don't have questions, that's fine. Maybe, Wynand, there's some questions from you and the people in the studio that you want to ask. Maybe now some of our participants can jump in and add some questions into the list. But maybe let me summarize while we're waiting for some questions to come in, if there are. I think that the greatest danger that you face at the moment is not the danger of COVID, coming out the other end of COVID. I don't think the greatest danger is all of the disruptions coming your way. They're coming whether you're ready or not. I think, and Peter Drucker, the famous management guru from the last century, I think he put it beautifully. The greatest danger during a time of turbulence is that we face tomorrow's world using yesterday's logic, that we face this future of disruption and change desperately clinging on to yesterday's systems. I hope that you don't do that. If you would like to get in touch with me, here's how to do it. These are my contact details. Who was it who asked, Mr. you asked for the slides. That's where to get them. You'll also be able to get them from the AFROSAI-E team. Of course, conference team will have them and can share them with you. And I will share those AHA slides feedback as well. And if you'd like those, just let the AFROSAI-E team know and they will send it to you. But if you'd like to go right now and get those slides, it's at that link, gettalk.at/AFROSAI-E without the little dash, just AFROSAI-E as you see it there. And then please connect with me. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask me directly, please do that. And you might want to follow me on YouTube and LinkedIn. This is what I do all day, every day, and I love it. I hope my passion for this topic has come across in this format. But every day I put up videos and articles and links that will help you to become future fit, future ready, and more adaptable. And I'm not trying to sell you anything. It's on YouTube, it's on LinkedIn, it's all for free. But I hope that you find it useful and connect in with me there. Wynand, I see you've come back in here. Maybe you've got some questions. Maybe some questions have come directly to you. Let's see if there's anything that I can answer for you.
Thanks, Chris. Maybe just before I start, can I just get sort of confirmation about the sound? I've heard earlier before that there were people saying that they couldn't hear us properly. So maybe just a thumbs up from one or two of the people that's on the line. Cool.
Certainly that sounds a whole lot better than it did earlier from my side. So hopefully that
All
works.
right. Great for that, Graeme. Maybe just a question from my side. Yeah, I think in our environment, obviously, a lot of us work in the public sector, very rule-driven. You need to comply. Sometimes you can't really think outside the box, all these type of things. As an individual, how do you go about this to sort of be the instigator of this changes, as you were talking about?
That's a very good question. And there are two responses that are important. The first is that in a regulated environment, and a lot of my clients are in regulated environments, from manufacturing and engineering to financial services and pharmaceuticals. And then a few of my clients are the regulators. You guys might be caught in between both of those, I realize, which is possibly the worst of both worlds rather than the best of both worlds. But there is always a danger in highly regulated environments that we blame the regulatory framework for us. Now, sometimes the regulatory framework is a problem, and slowly over time you can change regulations, and sometimes you just have to accept it is what it is. But we also have to be careful not to blame the regulatory framework, because there's often a way to work inside the framework, or even sometimes, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but to work around the regulation. So you do everything the regulations require, but then you can work around it to bring change, to bring adaptability. So that's one thing to say. But then your question is very well put. What do we do as individuals in that environment? And again, without just repeating what I've said, I do think that the 7 things I said make a lot of sense to answer your question. The starting point would be to spend time stepping back and reflecting, thinking on what are we really trying to achieve. So we're saying the regulations maybe are blocking us from doing something. What is it we really want to do? Is there another way to come at the same outcome, to deliver the same value? And what can I, as an individual, deliver in terms of value, given the frameworks that I've got? Probably links in with that entrepreneurial mindset as well, to say I'm not stuck in the system. I just accept that the system is what it is, and then I see if I can build value and build additional things around the system. So yeah, the more, if the regulations are bad, it's a tough space to be, but don't let it defeat you.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a very good response and good observation. Perhaps sort of question the regulation and question the environment in. It's sometimes the way that we do it in, instead of aggressive attacking way, perhaps pinpoint, what else can be done to do it better, and then perhaps more fluent, to achieve more in the environment that we are working in.
I see that there's a few questions in the Q&A, so I can pick those up. Somebody asked, do I have a Twitter handle? I do. I've put it in the chat. It's called @FuturistGraeme. I don't do a lot of work on Twitter though. So your best place to follow me is Facebook or LinkedIn. And I use Instagram just for silly jokes, basically. My daughters roll their eyes at my dad jokes. So maybe also steer clear of my Instagram. But if you do want to follow on Twitter, every now and again, I'm not active there, but it's Futurist Graeme. Right, Abera, you ask, how to manage the risks that may raise from distribution of decision-making and building a culture of experimentation. Yes, so Abera, you're absolutely right that there are risks involved in these things. And obviously, part of your job essentially is to minimize risk. Audit is one of the most important functions in any economy and any society, because basically the role of the auditor, right, is to ensure that investors, this is the ultimate role of the auditor, is to ensure that investors are confident that they can invest their money in an entity and in the economy. And audit provides that sense of certainty and confidence in the system. I realize in a public sector environment, it is also about foreign direct investment and taxation and all the rest. It's giving confidence in the country itself and in the governance systems and so on, and then in different sectors. So you have a hugely important role, but you, maybe more than anybody else, understand what it means to accept certain levels of risk and what levels of risk are acceptable and which levels of risk are not. So you are perfectly set up with the mindset and the toolkit as an auditor to say, we can never reduce everything to zero risk. You wouldn't be doing an audit properly if you reduced it down to zero risk. But we get it down to acceptable risk. And that's the way to think about it. I know it's not a specific answer because it's a general question, and in a specific environment, there might be specific things that you can do. But it's a case of, let's think of the three things that we would do. Be aware of what risks are in the system. Understand what acceptable levels of risk are, and then make that risk visible. So we say, this is what the risk is. We're going to keep an eye on it. If the thing we worried about begins to happen, we step away as quickly as possible, or we intervene to make sure it doesn't go bad. And we monitor and evaluate and report on an ongoing basis. So all the things you're already good at as an auditor actually will make you good in this environment, as long as you have the mindset shift that this is what's needed. I hope that's a helpful answer. Thanks for the question, Avera. Right, I think there's another question coming here from Mukhtar. Mukhtar says, thank you very much for a good presentation, but asking question about the entrepreneurial mindset. Has it any characteristic, and in which way can it interact to audit? So I probably just answered that a little bit now. In terms of, I suppose the key word I would pull out to answer your question, Mukhtar, is proactivity. Being proactive, and maybe I can go back to that slide where I was slightly cheeky with you. The shut up and get on with it attitude. In other words, make do with what you've got. Again, in the COVID environment, in the lockdown environment, with most of our economies in Africa, we could easily just sit back and say, we can't do what we need to do. You've told me we need to digitize. We know the fourth industrial revolution's coming. We don't have the budget. We can't do that. I think the entrepreneurial mindset that I'm trying to help you to understand is one that is more proactive, one which says, let's try and make a way. Instead of being blocked by road bumps that come up, the entrepreneur says, how do we get around that? So for me, I think the key is proactivity, and I think that links to audit. That's why we do internal audit. That's why we do interim audits. We don't want to arrive at the end of the year and discover there's a massive mess, right? The more proactive you are as an auditor, I think the better you're doing your job. So again, there's a good mindset overlap here. But it's recognizing that audit, the best audit is not about telling people what they can't do. It's about minimizing risk and giving them the platform to do what they need to do. And if you can bring that attitude to the work environment, you'll be a better auditor, but you'll also be more future fit and more future ready. Is there any other? Yes, I see another question coming in here. I'm just going to read it as I see it. So thanks for the educative presentation. The world seems to be digital and hybrid, adapted by practice. Do you think that policy-wise or regulations and guidelines are sufficient as criteria or benchmarks in auditing? Or do you think more needs to be done, especially with digital and hybrid regulations? look, I'm not the expert. There are probably people over the next 3 days that will have better answers to that question. And so hopefully the team in the studio can take note of that question and can highlight the answer as it comes up, because I can't imagine you'll go through these 3 days and not talk about hybrid and digital and some new regulations that need to come. So I'll leave that for the experts. But what I can say is that I don't think anybody's ready for the 2020s. I think we're all making it up as we go along. And maybe this is a lovely question to finish with, Wynand, because it'll allow me to summarize, and then I'll hand back to you in the studio. You see, I think that a lot of what COVID has done to us, it's forced us to be more flexible in our mindset. It's forced us to embrace more digital technologies. It has seen an explosion of e-commerce. And I think that when the sectors of the economy that have been hard hit begin to recover, I think we'll see that they look different. It's changed the way people are thinking about geography, about the economy, about society. So I think that a lot of what COVID has done, those things were going to happen anyway. I think we were going to go to a hybrid, flexible workplace by the end of the 2020s. COVID has just accelerated it. So I think we'll look back, and of course, COVID was a disruptor and none of us enjoyed it, but I think we'll look back and say, COVID just speeded up what was already going to happen. And so we're going to have to get used to more flexibility, more hybrid. We're going to definitely see more digital in every part of our lives, and audit has to keep up with that and be ahead of that rather than behind. Otherwise, the people you're trying to catch from an audit perspective and the way in which you work as an audit team, you don't want to be behind as an auditor. That's, in fact, what some auditors have been for the last few years, which is why audit's been a pretty tough gig for the last little while. So I think that was a lovely place to end it. Just let me remind you again of my contact details. If there are any particular questions that you'd like to ask me directly, you're welcome to do that. Otherwise, I really wish you all the best for the next 3 days, for the rest of this conference. And I hope that this start that I've given you, this mindset of being more adaptive, is a mindset that builds a foundation for the next 3 days and all of the sessions you're going in as you think about what you need to do to be successful in 2022 and beyond. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to the studio now.
Thanks a lot, Graeme. I think this was really inspiring and very interesting from my personal perspective in any case. And what I think I've realized now is that if you don't spend time on the balcony, you're not going to get to the innovation side and the experimental sides of it. You're not going to follow your 7 steps, because you need to sit down and say, okay, but what can I do differently? And how can I react differently in certain instances? And just a last remark, we've started the program on the Strength Finder that we've rolled out to the Auditors Generals and the Deputy Auditors Generals. Again, I think it's quite crucial for us, to understand what is your personal strengths. How does that relate to your colleagues? How do you then work together as a team? Because I think those are the type of things that can definitely help your organization and improve the way that we work together. Graeme, thanks a lot for your time. We really appreciate it, and all the best for yourself and for the rest of the day. We are now going to take a balcony break. It's 12:15. We will restart the session at 1 o'clock. So we've got a 45-minute comfort break or lunch, or probably breakfast in some cases. So please enjoy it. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock sharp. Then we're going to talk about the capacity building processes. And I think it touches on, or it links back to what we've been discussing now. How do we plan for these type of things? And again, let's try and figure out how can we be more proactive and be more experimental. Thanks a lot for this session, and we'll see you in 45 minutes.
Good afternoon, or welcome back. I always worry when I say good afternoon because we are on different parts of the world. Just to introduce myself, my name is Joseph Maranela Phiri. I'm the program manager, spearheading the accelerated support under AFROSAI-E. And in this session, I'm glad to be joined by my seniors, Meisie, Josephine, and Wynand, to follow up on the conversation that was had earlier on, on how do we sort of like adjust or spearhead our capacity development needs and ensure that they are side-driven and they actually speak to the strategic focus that we are focusing on. I think the word that is actually very important in that regard is the issue around customization. It reminds me of one Henry Ford, who once said, any customer can have any vehicle in any color as long as it's black. And we have actually innovated ourselves beyond that conversation of saying at least we need to be innovative around how we actually approach different sites depending on the environment. But the most important thing around this conversation is this should be mostly side-driven because you are in that environment and you understand your strategic priorities and you really know what you really need to achieve based on your mandate. So I've got a few questions that I really wanted to engage with you. I think that you just have to put in your mind to, so at least when you are having this conversation, you really need to, you really need to ponder in your minds to say, do you really understand your capacity needs based on your strategic priorities? I think you have developed your strategies. You know your 5-year strategic goals, or at whatever stage that you may, or interval that you need to achieve certain objectives. and what are the resources or the competencies that needs to come through within those to achieve your strategies. And once you have understood that, I think all the role players that come into your frame, that becomes more of like your starting point or your baseline for your conversation to ensure that you are engaging and they are actually achieving or are driving your strategic goals. And the most important, do you understand the rollout of your process? This is more of like the planning. How do you involve the capacity development that is required, and how does it actually sort of like sync into your operational planning and reporting? And the most important issue that we have emphasized through our MNT and through our work, and we also want to report, is the issue around how do you monitor the impact of the capacity that you are actually provided by all the technical partners, and also are you actually sort of like refocusing or focusing on whether this support that you're actually being provided is actually speaking to your strategic objectives. Welcome back, Meisie, Josephine, and Wynand. Thank you so much for joining me into this interesting topic of capacity development. I know you, as an institution, you have provided so much support to the SAIs, and I would really, I'll be engaging with you and asking you some questions in terms of how you have seen this process that you have introduced to SAIs beneficial, and how it actually speaks to their strategies, so at least we are customizing our work around it. And of course, there are so many words that are used in terms of this current state that we actually have been speaking around. The issue around change management, the issue around resilience, that is part of the topic, the issue around emerging issues that we have been speaking about. So how do we sort of like ensure that we sit by the balcony with the SAIs and engage with the SAIs to ensure that at least whatever we are bringing on the table actually achieves what we need to work on. So welcome back. Thank you so much. Before I actually get into the interview questions that I want to ask my seniors, probably we may need to have maybe present a little bit on the process of capacity development as such. Can I have the presentation? Thank you so much. As I've said, in general, I think the most important thing is at secretariat level, we actually go through our strategic thinking. But we are side-driven. Our main aim is to ensure that we respond to the SAI needs. And once we don't do that, I think in a business term, it's like you are our sort of like our clients in terms of like what we need to achieve. I mean, our existence is actually justified by you being able to sort of like identifying what you actually need. So in this process, what I am going to focus on is on the process of the SAIs to ensure that at least they can actually identify their key area focuses. And the first point, obviously, is the issue around the strategic priorities. If your strategies have been identified, if you actually looked at your institutional strengthening or the institutional capacity, also the environment itself. I know there are so many tools that we have actually introduced within AFROSAI-E that you can actually look into, and we actually have some teams that can actually support you in identifying some strategic priority areas that you can actually work into. And the second is the issue around identifying needs. This is a very important part of this stage. Once you have actually identified those strategic priority areas, there are certain areas or competencies that you actually need to enhance. And in those, and enhancing them, that's where we actually sort of like discuss how best we can actually come in and sort of like support you in ensuring this enhancement enables you to achieve your strategic goals. And obviously, I think the priority capacity needs is very, very important. I always say there's so much that needs to be done in this world. For the SAI, for any institution in general. But what is most important is the prioritization of what you need to achieve. What are your key priority areas within the next 5 years, or in an interval, or in a year? And within those, that actually assist you in the planning purposes and the timelines to ensure that all this that you have actually planned actually is feasible and can be attained at a given specific time. Allocate responsibilities. I think that is self-explanatory. It is very, very important that every responsibility has got a task, a name that actually sort of like writes or who actually ensures that all those responsibilities are actually sort of like achieved. And in allocating responsibility, the other area that we also touch on is how do you synergize your work with all the technical partners? I think a lot of SAIs have received or request for support or request to support them from different angles or different institutions. How do you sort of like come up with a framework to ensure that at least there's a specific area that each of the technical partners or even the donors themselves can actually work with you and actually achieve the main purpose? This creates accountability and a sense of purpose, and ensuring that at a certain point, everyone is actually sort of like responsible for achieving the support and the responsibility that would have been assigned to. Then the implementing part. I think that is also the planning part. How do you sort of like stagger the support that you need to achieve? We can do so much in a day. We can do so much in a month, in a quarter, and in a year. So it is very, very important while you are actually developing these capacity building processes to really think ahead and see at what stage can you actually receive some level of support. And be very, very comfortable at that point in time to actually engage with your technical partners, even with the institution, to be realistic as to when you can actually implement work, so at least it doesn't overwhelm you and it also doesn't derail you from the capacity or your core work that you actually need to have. And also to sort of like ensure that there is some synergies and no duplication of effort in terms of the support that you actually require at a given time. And then lastly, but very most important, is the issue around monitoring. I think at every given time, whatever that needs to be done, it has to find a way of sort of like speaking to the strategic priorities. Has your capacity that you have actually achieved, that you have actually received, is it still speaking to your strategic priorities? Or is actually driven by those that are actually sort of like providing the support? So it is very, very important to create a monitoring framework so that at least whatever you're actually working on, it actually speaks to your strategies, and at a given time, we see the sustainability of the support that you have actually received at a given time, and we see it feeding into your mandate at some interval. And that is much of my presentation. It is just a snapshot of the capacity building approach and process. I'm sure we will engage more as we go, as we move around, as we start the capacity building plans with the SAI champions and the engagement that I'm going to have with my seniors here. So at least you can get a fuller understanding of how we can actually take up this process and how the technical partners can actually support you. And like I've said, I think I'm joined by my senior team here, and I think since this topic is actually part of the strategy, and I hope it's not silent in the strategy. I've checked that it's a very colorful printout of SAI capacity building processes, and also secretariat capacity building processes. I just wanted to get into your thoughts and to understand how this has actually helped and the system that we've actually sort of like improved our work as AFROSAI-E. How are you, Meisie?
As always, very well. Thank you, Joseph. And how are you?
I am good, and it's good to sit right next to you and have this good engagement.
It's been a long time. I've been asking you to come to Pretoria and meet me, so
Yeah,
finally.
I'll look for a balcony somewhere. I'll look for a balcony somewhere, and I can do with a cup of coffee, and we can engage more on this capacity development.
You know you can always turn my office into a balcony anytime.
Thank you so much. No, I want the air. Meisie, I think AFROSAI-E is getting into the third year of its strategic period. And mostly, I think strategies are 5 years.
Yep.
And I think this is the year that we actually, if resources and the environment permits, we actually have to do a midterm review. How has it been in terms of your experience with working with SAIs and your response to the SAI capacity needs? How have they been forthcoming, and how has it been effective in terms of the way we actually plan our work and ensuring that they make the full benefit of AFROSAI-E's existence?
Joseph, thanks. And I think you do know and you will appreciate the fact that our first year of our strategic plan started with COVID immobilizing all of us. So it was really a challenge, and which sent me in a bit of a spin of a panic at some point, that we will not be able to achieve our outcomes by the end of the 5th year, and especially when the year started, 2021 started, and we are still in the COVID spin. However, we've done quite a lot, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that the ICBF is our theory of change, where we measure progress in terms of effectiveness of our training interventions to the SAIs. And coupled with that is the quality assurance reviews, which we haven't been able to do. However, we have been able to to have sessions with the SAIs, emphasize the importance of quality assurance reviews, emphasize the importance of quality of products, and how they can respond to the quality assurance reviews that we have done, link them to ICBF, and also implement quality control measures within their own size. And obviously we are there to support the size in doing this. And you would have noticed in our annual report, we did report that some of those, bore some fruits. The quality interventions that we had some benefit and some fruit into it, and we continue to do that. And we found that the leadership of the SAIs have been quite receptive and appreciative of these feedback sessions that we have had. And it has prompted some of the SAIs to then come up with an action plan to responding to the quality assurance recommendations that came out of the reviews that we have done, and we will continue to monitor this. The other area that we have been talking about is the assignment of the SAI champions within. So we have nominated people that would be a SAI champion to a specific SAI. And the whole idea behind it is that we operate in the region, we know the region better through ICBF, through quality assurance reviews, through interactions that we are having continuously, and we are the ones that should be able to put the needs of the SAI and articulate these needs appropriately for anybody that wants to participate and be part of this whole community, because I call ourselves a community. So if there's any partner that wants to come in, my sense is that AFROSAI-E should be the first stop in terms of identifying a need. And you mentioned priorities, which is quite key. And the reason why we refer to priorities is because there are limitations within the SAIs that we cannot deny. SAI have mandates that they need to carry out. They have limited staff. And we really need to be considerate of that. When we plan the interventions, we need to plan them around them to make sure that there is proper absorption of these training needs. And the third thing, as I say, we've done many things. So this is just but a tip of an iceberg, right? And the third thing that we have done is to come up with SAI capacity building plans, which we then would discuss with the SAI. We have a whole lot of products that we offer. So initially, we would request the SAIs to identify the trainings that they would like for a specific year. As you know, we're going towards the end of the year. Our planning meeting is coming where we're planning for activities for the next year. And SAIs would tick everything and anything that is on the list. That doesn't give us a sense of their priorities. So the SAI capacity building plan is intended to direct the SAI to areas where they need to improve, and also direct us where we need to focus for the SAI. So we would have given some generic training to the SAI, but the SAI needs to zoom in into a certain area to be relevant to the country and to be relevant to the work that they do, and that is where we will then need to zoom in. So the intention is that this SAI capacity building plan will be for a period of 3 to 5 years, because we are here to stay. Similar to the PAPA program, right? Where we are saying that we need to scale up support for those SAIs that are in need, but that needs to be long term. So the SAI capacity building plan needs to be long term to make sure that we can sustain the resources within the SAI and within the region as well. And that has not come without challenges. So we've had a number of challenges in terms of the work that we do. In the past 18 months or just about there, we've had to accelerate our virtual trainings and e-learning trainings. So the difficulty, therefore, is measuring the effectiveness thereof, right? People get tired of being looking at the screen and listening virtually, because human beings were made for interactions, right? So so it makes it difficult when you have to be watching somebody on the screen all day long, and it's quite difficult. Graeme mentioned that he likes people that participate, make comments in the comment, a group or the sort of block or the Q&A, and I love that too. I feel terrible sometimes when I'm in a session and I'm muted, we all muted, we listening to this poor person wondering, are these people hearing me or are they not hearing me? So I can imagine the frustration of the trainers,
It can be lonely.
Yes, absolutely. It can be very, very lonely. If leaders thought that it is lonely up there, they must ask the trainer on a virtual platform. So yeah, and also we need to sustain the training that we have, because people come and go in the SAIs, right? You have new people that come in that need training. Do we have sufficient trainers in the SAIs, in the region, that will sustain what we are doing? And we know, we've heard this morning, and it's undeniable, the world is evolving, right? There are a lot of changes that we need to adapt to, that we need to sense, that we need to, be on the balcony and be looking out and searching for these new things and changes that we need to adapt to. Now, if we are focusing on this treadmill of training all the time and traveling all the time as AFROSAI-E, we will not be able to identify the changes that are coming and the navigations that we need to do, and that we need to share with our SAIs, the guidance that we need to bring about. We will not be able to focus on things that really matter. So sustainability of interventions is very key. So it is therefore important that we grow the pool of trainers, of experts, of resources, so that we can sustain our region with knowledge and understanding. And lastly, the issue of coordination is quite key. We normally pride ourselves as the Secretariat that we have started coordination with the partners and with the donors, and there is understanding that it is necessary for a number of reasons. There are benefits, vast benefits that come from coordination, right? However, the difficulty is that some of our partners and some of the partners that are not our partners, AFROSAI-E partners, they get to the size and they offer some interventions, duplicating what we are doing, or offering interventions that are contrary to the guidance that we are giving. It is important that we understand who is operating in the region, what methodologies are they using, is it aligned to what we are giving to our region? And because when we share experiences, as we are known for in AFROSAI-E, it becomes very important to understand the methodologies that we are all applying. So coordination is very key. So we need to coordinate at SAI level, at regional level, at continental level, so that we know what the right hand is doing and what the left hand is doing. Because if we do not know, we'll be pulling the SAI into different direction and exhausting the limited resources that they have. So yeah, that is quite key. And let me pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Meisie. I think that was, that's very, very, you touched on a lot of key points that I think probably as we draw much into this capacity building process, there's so many elements that we still need to sort of like revise and revisit with the strategy, with the size, and ensure that they tick much of the boxes. I'm very, very interested in the idea of coordination. You also talk much about it. But before I get to the operational team, I think the leaders, I think there are elements that were mentioned, and probably I've got some questions that might be directed to you. Probably let's run the first polling question, so at least we have got an understanding of the size themselves, if they really acknowledge the need of this capacity building process, and they've even identified the needs as such. Can I have the first polling questions? I'll give you about 3 minutes to respond. Then at least we can see whether what is the current situation with our size. I think the first question is directly to I think the understanding of the capacity development needs. If the size really understand their needs based on their strategy, based on the ICBF needs, and other tools that you can actually use. I think we have got the PMF and other tools that we can actually we use to identify these capacity development needs. And the second one, obviously, is the documentation of it. How are the size documenting them? Meisie touched on capacity development plans, which is a new tool that we are actually sort of like presenting, but it actually complements the operational planning as well. Probably there's another way that SAIs are actually documenting this. Then the third one, which is the issue around regular engagement with development partners. I think Meisie spoke about how do we synergize our work with other technical partners, especially the ones that come directly to SAIs, which is a good thing, actually. I think capacity is very, very important, but how do we ensure that everything is actually synergized and it's speaking to one common cause? Oh, wow. All right. I think the result on the first question is 67%. Do you want to give a comment, Wynand? Is it worrying that we have got 14 and 18% that is not so sure in terms of their capacity needs?
Joseph, yeah, I think it is a worrying factor, something that definitely needs to be addressed. You know, it's important for the SAIs and you know, especially people within the organization to really understand, you know, what are their developmental needs and what are the focus areas. You know, our auditors generals, you know, in the last governing board meeting, we've said, but well, they've agreed to engage with the development partners and donors on a country level as well. And I think it's this type of information is very important for those type of engagements. You know, if a partner is there to support you, do you know what your needs are? And specifically, you know, do you know if are those needs realistic in terms of your own internal capacity? I think again what we've seen now with the some audits are behind schedule, so obviously audit officers needs to follow up and catch up on the audit that needs to be reported on. So again, let's focus on the key focus or the key areas for development at this point in time. And you know, let's make sure that that's 33% of the participants said that they either don't have a plan or they're not sure. I think it's definitely something that we need to address.
Thank you so much. And the issue around documentation, Josephine, I see we have got a good percentage of. It's ironic for me to say good. 34% of us respondents that says these SAI capacity development needs are not documented, and 20% that are not even, and the other one that are not sure. I'm not too sure. What's your take around that?
Yeah, it's quite worrying that we have this situation where less than half of the SAIs have documented their capacity building needs. Because like the issue which Meisie was talking about, where we have got AFROSAI-E and we've got development partners, we know that the SAIs are approached from time to time for you know, assistance in their development. So if they've got a documented capacity building, you know, they've documented their capacity building needs, it's easier for the SAI to engage with the partners. Otherwise, then the SAI will be offered anything, and then they will say, yes, you can come, but maybe there's something which is even more needed in that SAI. So really, yeah, it's worrying.
That's fine. I'll come back to you, Meisie, around the issue on strategic partners. I think it's a very, very important area because I think, like we have said, I think from a SAI level, we need to engage. From a regional level as well, we need to sort of find some ways of sort of like, you know, finding ways of, you know, a unified way of supporting these sites. Because obviously, as much as we are there to serve, we also appreciate those who come to the shows and support them. What do you say about the final question on in the engagements with developer partners? I think there's a 53% of results that says yes, they have engaged, but then there's another 19% that actually says they don't engage with the size. What's your comment around that?
I think, Joseph, this is reflective of what we know. It's not a surprise, but what comforts me is that, as you know, the issue of SAI capacity building plans is something that we are now vigorously driving, and I believe it will improve the response that you see there as we start to being proactive as AFROSAI-E through our SAI champions to engage with the SAIs on their SAI capacity plan, and also to engage with the partners. Hopefully, we can engage with our partners, as I said. But if the SAI allows us the opportunity to engage with the partners that are present in their SAIs on the SAI capacity building plan, we can all try, build synergies around making a success of where the SAI's most needs are.
Thank you so much. Josephine, I'm going to put you on the spot on this question. We have introduced these ICBFs, the quality assurance reviews, and we have invested so much time. You spoke earlier that you've got a target of 10 quality assurance next year, which is heavy, and it's ambitious. I'm happy that at least the more we have quality assurance reviews, the better we understand the size, and they actually have tools to actually sort of like assess their performance. How much of an impact, or has it been, these tools have they been sort of like influenced the strategic priorities, and have SAIs ever come back to you and say, these are the areas that you have actually picked, and this is the kind of support that we have actually that we are requesting on based on those tools?
Joseph, I can say yes and no. Let me explain. Yeah, definitely there are quite a number of SAIs who have come after the quality assurance reviews and the ICBF reports to request assistance in certain areas. Maybe if I can talk about the quality assurance reviews for some time, because the process that we follow is a team goes out, and before they leave the SAI, they've got an exit meeting with the head of the SAI and with the top management. And during that exit meeting, when we talk about the issues that need improvement, we also highlight how we as AFROSAI-E, we can assist them, what kind of programs we have, and some SAIs immediately follow up. And also we have started what we call the quality assurance and ICBF sensitization programs, where we also talk about these issues, and the SAIs come back and they request for assistance specifically in some of those areas. But there's definitely room for improvement, and these SAI capacity development plans and the SAI champions, which Meisie talked about, this is our response as AFROSAI-E to say, how can we really assist the SAIs to make sure that they are requesting the assistance in the areas where they need. So the SAI champions, they are there to assist them. And also beside the SAI champions and the SAI capacity building plans, we also have a program that we have started, which will be taking to the SAIs next year, the training of trainers program, and which will also focus on this issue of the identification of needs. And obviously the identification of needs, some of the documents that will be used there will be the ICBF and the quality assurance reviews. So we would want to emphasize the importance of all these programs that we are going to have, the SAI champions, the SAI capacity building plans, and the training of trainers, and how it can assist the SAIs to actually, request for the right assistance. Not only from AFROSAI-E, but also from the other development partners, as Meisie has said.
So we anticipate some improvement in the coming year. Obviously, because of the COVID, the remote support actually sort of like caused a bit of disruption. But I'm happy that at least there's a process that we actually in place, and once we follow it, at least we can create some kind of a theory of change for SAI. So at least when they request this support, we can actually take them from point A to Z in terms of how it can actually complement their strategic goals. Wynand, in the morning, in the first presentation, there was a talk of adaptability, adaptation, change, and we are hearing a lot of these words: change management, resilience, adaptation. How is AFROSAI-E coming to the party with this? How do are we able to adapt as well as an institution, as a secretariat, in ensuring that the capacity development or the capacity needs that we respond to speaks to the current environment? Are we going to the balcony? Are we getting to the balcony as well as a AFROSAI-E? I don't know. How are we sort of like approaching this ever-changing environment?
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. I think there are sort of two angles to this. One is, what are we doing internally in AFROSAI-E regarding change management? And we heard earlier, Graeme spoke about collaboration. And I think that's where we've got a lot of focus on collaborating internally across the thematic areas. So that when there's a QA workshop, there's also some components of HR or some components of leadership. Vice versa, there could be a communication workshop with an angle of the audit side. And I think that's the collaboration that we need to, and the adaptability that we need to implement. Otherwise, we're constantly going to sit with programs that doesn't talk to one another and doesn't address the need of the SAI. The other side of it is also perhaps on what the SAIs are doing. And what we've seen this year is with the rollout of the AC, the audit software, that there's a human uncertainty in relation to that. Obviously, if you come to me with a new program and say, listen, now I need to be able to implement this audit software and to do my audit on this, as a normal auditor, I may feel, listen, okay, but hold on, I'm a bit scary, I'm a bit skeptical and things like that. So we've started with a process on change management on that. And I think that's where we need to look more holistically in terms of programs. And it links also back to what I've said about the strength finder before the break. People with your different personalities have got different strengths. And some people will experience things differently. But then also it's important for them to understand what those strengths are so that they can react accordingly. You could be someone that's very good in execution, but he's not a communication expert, or he's not someone that's going to build the relationships for you. So again, within a team environment, how do you then leverage on these type of things? So yeah, definitely we need to adapt. And just to another point, just to go back to this, the importance of SAIs having to understand their needs. I was part of an Into-SAI meeting 6 weeks or 8 weeks ago, and there were some of the development partners talking when they provide support to developing countries. They experience a challenge in understanding what those needs are. What are the risks that they're talking about? And I think there's a definite fear from their side that they provide information or services to a SAI which is not needed or not relevant or not adding value. So that's why these type of things is so important for us as a developing community to say, but hold on, I need A, B, and C, and this is my plan.
Thank you for the highlight. Before I go any further, probably we may just need to run another polling question. I think in terms of how we actually monitor this the process of capacity development. Yeah, I've got other 3 questions. I think it's the area around the planning. The first question, do you think your SAI capacity needs are realistic in terms of the time, cost, resources needed to address them? I think that's a very important question because I think it is very, very crucial that SAIs, when they actually develop this process, it's also sort of like planned together with their annual operational plan. It's as much as it's one area of interest, but it also has to be embedded in the operational planning. Then the second one, which is does your system of monitoring implementation of capacity building activities, I mean, do you have a system actually in place to monitor this? I think at a certain point in time, you actually need to see impact around the support that you actually provide, that is provided by technical partners. So at least it's not, we don't want to, I think technical partners also don't need to drive this process. Also donors, it actually has to be side driven as well. So it is a very important area in terms of like the monitoring. How does it speak to your strategy? The third one, the biggest challenges, probably that is a very, very important question, because if there are any challenges, then at least it builds up to what we may need to sort of like provide sort of like guidance, especially with our SAI champions, on how to sort of like deal with some of the challenges that are actually highlighted in that third question. So I'll give about 2 minutes to respond to the questions before we respond to them. Thank you so much for your response. I think yes, I'm going through the response, and I'm just checking, if there's any area that we may need to sort of like. I would really want to look at the question, the third one, which looks at the biggest challenges, probably. Yeah, we've got 20% on the issue on planning. I think it's quite a huge percentage. Oh wow, we've got all of the above at 34. Yeah, we've got all of the above on 34. Quite interesting. And the issue around monitoring as well is sitting on 24%. I think from these results, I think as a secretariat, it actually sort of like, sort of like give us an idea on areas that we can actually support them, and how best we can actually sort of like equip the SAI champions to ensure that these support capacity development, the process itself, not the plans, the process itself is actually realistic, and it actually serves the purpose that it actually has to serve as such, which is sort of like to ensure the strategic objectives are achieved. One important area, and thank you so much for the polling. I think one important area that we felt it needs to be touched is the issue around reporting to stakeholders. I think that includes the technical partners. And I think in our engagement, we identified SAI Uganda as one institution that is actually doing quite well in that area. Probably we may need just to hear from Wynand how this process of reporting to stakeholders on their own performance has actually impacted them going in terms of their improving their mandate. And also challenges, Wynand. How are you, Wynand?
Yeah, fine, Joseph. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, eh?
Yes.
I see you got the memo of the blue suit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Wynand. I just wanted you to touch more on your reporting to stakeholders and how it has actually impacted your work and your engagement, especially with donors and other technical partners, and ensuring that all of these interest groups actually serve the purpose of the institution and its mandate.
Okay, thank you, Joseph, for that interesting question. And of course, dear delegates, it's always a pleasure to share with you our experience from SAI Uganda. Of course, to be more specific, yes, we are talking about capacity development plans, needs, but for us in SAI Uganda, we see the reporting as regards to our annual performance report as an opportunity for us to communicate to our stakeholders in terms of what is it that it is required for us to implement the capacity development needs. And for us in achieving that, what we normally view in our mind, what we normally consider as part of our annual performance reporting process is for us to ask ourselves that for this annual performance report to create the needed impact or benefit, we ask ourselves certain questions. And some of the key questions we ask ourselves that who are the users, interested stakeholders, and what extent does this annual performance report address the stakeholders' information needs? Of course, MES has been talking about overlap of projects from other donors. Now, when we are writing our report, that's when we identify that that's the information needs. Maybe donor partners may need to know some of the projects which are being supported by other technical partners and other donors, so that it informs their planning process to ensure that they identify properly where they may need to collaborate with us. Another important questions we normally ask ourselves during the report writing process is what decisions are made based on the annual performance report? Yes, we take it as an opportunity to talk to our stakeholders, but at the same time, we may ask ourselves what decisions are made if we are reporting to Parliament and Parliament is going to discuss our annual performance report. What are the kind of decisions which are most likely to be made based on our report? What about if this report is shared with AFROSAI-E? What are the key important decisions which are most likely to be made based on our report? That's a very critical question for us to address it as we come up with our annual performance report. Then what strategies are available to ensure utilization of the report in order to create impact? So we normally note that when you write annual performance report and you make it available to yourself and you don't go an extra mile to share with the stakeholders and engage them so that they are ever one way or the other to identify what kind of capacity development needs which may be interested in them, or what kind of performance you have and the challenges you have, and they can see how to come in and support you. It becomes very, very critical at that point. But what's interesting, Joseph, here is like when those stakeholders make decisions, how do you use those decisions made based on your report to improve your planning process, to improve strategies to address your concern? Like, for example, if the Parliament discusses your report and they have noted serious concern that you have resource constraints to address the capacity gaps in form of institutional or staff capacity, and they have made that decision based on that report, how do you take that decision made by Parliament or donor partners to influence how you can seek further resources from other stakeholders? But of course, in all this, summarizes the aspect of the benefits we have got as a SAI as we try to engage stakeholders based on our report. We note that this report, the annual performance reports, has acted as a means of responding to the concerns of stakeholders regarding the office in execution of the audit mandate. You'll find that stakeholders normally come up with concerns, like, for example, technical partners like AFROSAI-E, they may have certain concerns, donor partners, parliaments. So we use this as a platform to respond to stakeholders regarding their concerns and what really also we need them to hear or support us. Of course, our reporting achievements. Joseph has indicated the key aspect of strategic planning in relation to capacity development plans. And for us, we view capacity development plans from the aspect of looking at both institutional and staff capacity. And institutional capacity, we focus on what kind of processes and the systems which need to be strengthened. So we use this report to communicate our performance or achievements in establishing this kind of capacity. And we normally emphasize that the annual performance report should mirror the performance of the strategic priorities which have already been determined by the office, including linking the contribution of our performance to the national goals. Then, of course, ensuring that also the staff understand the audit environment we operate in, the challenges needed, and also communicating if those are the challenges. For example, we are faced with the COVID environment. We take it as an avenue to communicate the challenges and to be more specific, what kind of needed response plans may be available and the support we may need from them. Then, of course, the other aspect of acting as a source of information to potential donor partners to understand the existing support from other partners, including the technical partners like IDI and AFROSAI. They understand to avoid these aspects of project overlap so that we are able to target certain areas which really can cause impact within the office. Of course, there are other aspects where we talk about also accounting for our resources, so that those people who are supporting us in building capacity, they're able to appreciate how we use our resources so that they are able to continue with the support, and also as a means of us demonstrating our relevance to stakeholders. But Josephine, in summary, for you to achieve those benefits I've talked about, there are key important aspects we have noted which are critical. That as a SAI, you need to understand your business model. Our technical partners like the AFROSAI-E, the AFROSAI-E, they have introduced a lot of business models approaches. Mesa has talked about the ICBF. For us, we take it as a part of our business model, and also the SAI PMF. So if you understand that, it will enable you really ensure that this annual performance report creates impact. Then the consistency of information, because other stakeholders are interested in understanding the trend of your performance. So they need to maintain consistency so that is able to inform or to influence appropriate decision by other stakeholders. It's very, very, very key. Then involving of the stakeholders in the report writing process, so that you are able to know that really you are addressing their expectations, which will result into making critical decisions which can enhance our performance or the implementation of the capacity building plans. But of course, Joseph, many cases we find ourselves in terms of balanced reporting, where SAIs may be forced to report on only the good parts. But when we are talking of capacity building, implementing capacity development plans, you have to report your challenges so that people are able to appreciate and see the needed interventions which are required in that aspect. And of course, allocating resources and having a robust monitoring and evaluation function, which is able to monitor the implementation of all the interventions which the SAI has decided to implement. And of course, as SAI Uganda, we have taken a step to have a very robust monitoring and evaluation function, which really supports the SAI to ensure that we attain the objectives of coming up with this annual performance report. Yes, Joseph, I submit.
Thank you so much, Leonard. I think that is very, very detailed, and I think a lot of institutions, even including ourselves, we have a lot to learn from the process that you've actually mentioned, and we look forward to engaging with you going forward, and we support other sides in effective reporting on performance. Thank you so much. I think we have gone 2 minutes beyond our time, but it was quite an interesting conversation, and I loved the insight that I got from ourselves, and I hope that at least as SAI champions try to support the SAIs in developing this capacity development process. Some of the issues that you have actually sort of like highlighted as challenges and as drivers, and some of the tools that you've actually mentioned will be put into effect, so at least we have managed to actually support the SAIs in achieving their mandate. Thank you so much to the listeners, and we're looking forward to engaging with you in this as we close up to the fourth quarter of 2020, 2021 and 2022, and ensuring that at least we respond effectively to SAI capacity needs as your technical partner and other technical partners as well. Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph, and yeah, again, thanks to Leonard for the presentation or the information that he has shared from Uganda. For those of you who have not looked at the Uganda annual report, do yourself a favor and have a look at it. I do find it extremely interesting I've looked at it now for the last 3 or 4 years, and in every year it's an improvement. And like he said, it's definitely objective. There's definitely areas that they do not meet and progress as they plan to do, but at least they report on that. And I think that's the crux of these reports to Parliament and to your stakeholders. We're now moving on to the last session of today. It's the celebrating of new partnerships. As I've mentioned this morning, there's some new partnerships that we've entered into or confirmed again, but there's also some feedback that we want to get from 2 of the other development partners. The first one that we're starting off is from the Switzerland. So we've been working with the Swiss embassy or what they call the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs. It's SECO for the abbreviation. For probably about a year now. We've submitted a funding proposal, and they've seen it fit to fund us as an organization. So we've signed an agreement, and that agreement will be effective for the last 3 years from our strategic plan period, which is then from 2022 January till the end of 2024. We were very fortunate to have the Switzerland ambassador here last week, Dr. Brül. We had a very informative session with him. We spoke about a few things that they do and the countries that they work in within our region. And then he was also gracefully enough to share with us a short video clip that we want to play for you at this point. Thank you.
Good to have you here, Ambassador. Thank you very much for coming. What I would like to know is what has motivated Switzerland to support and partner with AFROSAI-E in the capacity building of the supreme audit institutions in the region.
By supporting this program, Switzerland, through its State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, also known as SECO, makes an important contribution to the overarching objective of the current Swiss Federal Dispatch on Development, which is to support sustainable economic growth and prosperity. With this support, Switzerland specifically targets the objective to foster growth-enhancing economic policy by targeting a sound and stable public financial management system, for which the supreme audit institutions play an important role. The program is particularly relevant in the context of SECO's ambition to improve governance and contribute to anti-corruption efforts, because supreme audit institutions play a key role in ensuring a transparency and accountability of institutions. Better performing SAIs benefit citizens by curbing corruption, guaranteeing value for taxpayers' money, increasing access to services, and ultimately reducing poverty. With the COVID-19 pandemic, the program's relevance has further increased and is a timely intervention for the following 2 reasons. First, developing countries have received a lot of emergency funds and had to spend these quickly to alleviate the crisis impact. The supreme audit institutions strengthen the accountability of governments for the use of these funds. Second, the crisis has squeezed fiscal space and budgets, increasing the importance of spending efficiency and use the scarce public resources wisely.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that elaborate response. In AFROSAI-E, stakeholder expectations form part of forming a view of capacity building in the region. And just share with us what you think the role of the supreme institutions should be in relation to transparency and governance.
Pleasure, Madam. Supreme audit institutions are crucial pillars for the integrity of a governance system and cornerstones of sound and well-functioning public financial management systems. They are an important factor in making a difference to the lives of citizens. The auditing of government and sector entities has a positive impact on trust in society. Through their final budget evolution, they ensure compliance of all budget-related processes with government rules. By carrying out financial compliance and performance audits, they evaluate the budget at national and substantial level, thereby ensuring transparency, accountability, and integrity of public institutions. This program helps the supreme audit institutions in Africa to efficiently and effectively fulfill their mandate, which is to hold public institutions accountable. It does so by specific training and capacity building. The institutions are built from within. They need to be strong and independent to withstand political pressures. Hence, the program strengthens their position in the political landscape. To be able to fulfill their mandate, supreme audit institutions need to be well-governed, independent, professional, and relevant. With its support in the area of governance and independence, the program aims at providing the foundations for well-functioning institutions. With its goal to professionalize public sector accountancy, the program addresses the shortage of professionals on the African continent. Last but not least, new trends need to be taken into account. By expanding materials and interventions areas beyond traditional audit methodologies, the program helps the institutions responding to the current needs and challenges of citizens in emerging areas. Important areas are environmental audits, disaster management audits, thereby achieving greater audit impact and overall contributing to transparency within the public sphere. Overall, Switzerland is looking forward to partner with AFROSAI-E for the next years.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, so that was the first formal face-to-face engagement that we've had last week with the Switzerland Embassy, and the ambassador was very pleased also. He said it's also one of his first engagements face-to-face, and it was like a sigh of relief to start engaging with people. He actually made a comment and say, but as an ambassador, his role is to speak to people and to engage with people face-to-face. So they did find it quite difficult over the last 18 months. With us in studio, we've also got Franziska Spörri. She's the head of SECO in Pretoria in South Africa. Welcome, Franziska.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here.
Yeah, so we've been working together for, I don't know, probably about 2 years since we have had the first engagement and first discussion. So it did come a long way in terms of these, us eventually signing an agreement. What we've picked up last week in sort of informal discussions is that SECO and the Switzerland government is also involved in other projects within the region that's sort of also beyond the normal audit activities, and I think there's perhaps even a few that we are involved in. Can you perhaps elaborate a little bit? What are those type of projects, and even on country level, what can the audit officers then do to engage? Make for to raise awareness of these important projects?
Absolutely. I mean, I think maybe just let me say 2-3 words on SECO's approach. And I mean, of course, we, in the end, what we try to support in the countries we work is sustainable growth and development. And normally we engage from two different angles. One is to support the private sector, because in the end, ultimately, that's those who create jobs and growth. But on the other hand, work with government to improve the framework conditions. And there, of course, the whole work that the Supreme Audit institutions do kicks in. But of course, we look at it from the whole PFM, public financial management angle. And we have both initiatives in the whole regions. But I think I can then give maybe some examples in South Africa specifically, that I'm sure in most of your countries you will have other donors working in similar areas or with similar projects. Regionally, we rather focus on tax issues with ATAF, and so the African Tax Forum. And I think, of course, if you look at the public finances, that's an important angle when the revenues come in. But also we work with the IMF Regional Technical Assistance Center that is located, the one for Southern Africa is located in Mauritius, and they look at all the different macro topics. So of course, PFM is incorporated in a bigger topic of macroeconomic stability and management. Maybe I think what is very important, so why do we do this work? So in the end, I mean, the citizens should benefit, as the ambassador said before. And what does it mean? As a government, we should deliver services and infrastructure, so public services and infrastructure to the citizens. And for that, we need an efficient, well-governed government. And there we have different angles to look at. And for SECO, for instance, the whole work related to public procurement, to infrastructure and investment management, planning, it's key. And therefore we have, for instance, the PINK program, we call it. It's the Public Procurement Infrastructure and Knowledge Management, where we work at municipal level. And I think there is also what comes in. I think we can't have a dialogue just at the national level, because in the end, where does the service delivery happen? It's at the local level. I mean, elections also show that it's important, right? It's where you have the interaction between public and private in the end. We also support the International Budget Partnership. They are, I think, also active in a couple of countries, but they have an office here in South Africa. And there we support service delivery in informal settlements. And an important role, and I think it's not only relevant in informal settlements, but in general, to engage with the citizens. And therefore, one element or instrument are social audits, where you help to citizens to understand what services should be delivered, how to follow up, how to report back to government. And I think what we discussed last week, what I found so interesting and important in all these initiatives is bringing the stakeholders together and engage and to communicate and explain. And I think also, of course, there the Auditor Generals play an important role.
Well, already a mouthful in terms of the areas that they focus on, and I mean, there's immediately a lot of areas that there's synergies. You were talking about the tax authorities, ATAF, and again, obviously in our audit environment, that's one of our auditees. We're talking about the PFM reporting framework, and we're going to talk about the PFM reporting framework later on in the week, about, where do we do those audits? What can we do in terms of the, that communication on what are the weaknesses at framework level? I think you spoke about the IMF, those type of engagements. So very interesting. I think there's definitely, a lot of work that we can do. And again, it links back to the importance of these engagements with development partners to understand what the development focus areas are. We were talking about municipal service delivery, creating conducive environments for the for private sector to develop. So please take note of what she has said. Just the last question on this. In your view, how can we better coordinate perhaps at developmental partners level to make sure that we pull all of this information together and focus coherently on the broader public services and good of the citizens?
I mean, I think it's a two-side story in the end. I mean, it's what you should do, and it's of course also the donors in that sense. But I would go one step further, also the public again and the government. And I think AFROSAI-E as a regional organization can play an important role also, because of course the supreme audit institutions are by nature, and I can absolutely understand where they're coming from, reluctant to do these engagements. Also because of their independence, that the more you engage, maybe the more blurry the boundaries get. But I think you as an organization can maybe provide the platform, or together with the partners. So I would look both at the regional level, more for maybe where you can act as a facilitator, but as well as the national level, to bring these different stakeholders together and to better understand the perspectives and use, for instance, the auditor's report in a more effective way. What I mean with that is that a broader audience can use it and understands what it really means, right?
I think it makes sense. And again, we also spoke about it. We engaged a few years ago with the Auditors Generals and started talking about civil society organizations. And at that stage, there were a fairly reluctance to approach civil society organizations and to work with them. there are definitely more audit officers that see the benefit of it. I think, again, it's got to do with what do we communicate to them? How do we make that relevant and applicable to the environment that within which you operate? Again, perhaps those type of information can be useful to development partners to say, but because of organizational policies or country frameworks, the country is not progressing and developing as it should be because the private sector is not, there's not a conducive environment. Thank you very much, Franziska. This was a short one, but again, thanks for making the time available and introducing us to the ambassador, and we're looking forward to working with you in the next 3 years.
No, same here. Absolutely. Thanks.
We're now going to take a 10-minute leg stretch. It's now 2:20 locally, so we're going to ask you to be back promptly at 2:30 in 10 minutes time. So please take a leg stretch, go to the balcony if you want to have a quick thought. Let's see you in 10 minutes. We're going to then wrap up the day with the last 3 sessions. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope this few minutes leg stretch helped you a lot and you managed to grab a coffee or something to drink. I'm going to hand over to the Auditor General of South Africa, but before I do that, just a little bit of background in terms of the Secretariat. We've gone through a process earlier in the year where we've revised our statutes. It was submitted to the Governing Board and it was then approved. So the reason why we did work through the statutes and re-looked at it in detail was to ask ourselves the question, does it still serve the needs of our member countries? Do we still deliver on the mandate as what we should do? And is there perhaps something else that we need to start doing for you as member countries? And I think it gave us a lot of opportunity then to reflect also on internally again, how can we better serve the needs of our members? But obviously we are dependent on a member country or member countries to host us. Historically, we've been hosted by the Auditor General of South Africa since inception. And obviously, we are very grateful for the support that we do get from them. Tsakani, Mrs. Tsakani Maluleke, Auditor General, she joined us at the end of last year, and it still feels like a day or two ago. It's difficult to realize that it's probably almost a year ago. But Tsakani, welcome for this afternoon, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much for having me, and a good day to everybody that's in attendance. I want to start by greeting Franziska, Spörri from SECO, the heads of SAIs that are in attendance, AFROSAI-E's partners, the Chief Executive of AFROSAI-E, Ms. Meisie, Nkau, and the staff of AFROSAI-E. My good colleagues, a good day to all of you. I'm so pleased to see many members of SAIs as well as the partners that are in attendance today. And I believe that the conversations have been going really well. And I hope that you are all getting something worthwhile out of these very important conversations. As the host of the AFROSAI-E Executive Secretariat, the SAI of South Africa is particularly pleased to be able to contribute to the development and professionalization of SAIs in Africa. We are pleased and proud to be associated with such a successful capacity building organization as AFROSAI-E. As one of its member SAIs, SAI South Africa also benefits greatly from the development support that we receive from AFROSAI-E. And judging by today's topics and for the rest of the week, I can say without any fear of contradiction that AFROSAI-E is being proactive in making sure that its members are updated on a wide range of relevant topics. Now, yes, it's only been a year that I've been in this seat, but the more time I spend in the broader global SAI community, where it is evident that AFROSAI-E is held in very high regard, I realized just how privileged we are to be part of this fraternity of SAIs. And I want to assure the members of AFROSAI-E that you can confidently participate in and contribute to any of InterSAI's strategic goal areas. In fact, I want to go so far as to encourage you, all of the member SAIs within AFROSAI-E, to become more visible and more active in the important areas of standard setting or even knowledge sharing. And I encourage you to share the very unique insights that you would have gained from operating as SAIs in this region. On Friday, my colleague Jan Valskalweg will share with you some of the opportunities that exist for you to get more involved and to support the important work of developing SAIs across the globe. It gives me immense pleasure to be able to engage with you on this important topic titled Celebrating New Partnerships and Strengthening Collaboration. I think we can all agree that partnering and collaboration is important. And in the context we are aiming to drive towards the effective, the efficient, and sustainable development of SAIs, it is even more important. There are a number of benefits that can be gained from collaboration. These would include the creation of synergies, the opportunity to engage in joint problem solving, the sharing of information, the stimulation of positive change, and the creation of a sense of belonging, camaraderie, as well as optimism in a world so full of challenges. I bring this closer to home by highlighting the value of strengthened partnerships and effective collaboration within the Inter-SAI and AFROSAI-E communities. And here I'd like to draw attention to two examples. The first one, AFROSAI-E's long-standing collaborative and financial partnerships have proven to be a cornerstone of our region's success. The latest SAI Global Stocktaking report that was released just about a month ago indicates that AFROSAI-E and its 26 member SAIs managed to attract the largest portion of global financial support of any of the regions. In a regional survey that collected responses from 10 inter-SAI regional and sub-regional bodies, AFROSAI-E was ranked first as the body that managed to secure the most global financial development support over the last 4 years. In turn, this has enabled AFROSAI-E to increase its annual budget in real terms, all this while other regional bodies have struggled to do so. To me, this is a clear indication that AFROSAI-E is doing the right things, which gives confidence to its development partners that it is worthwhile investing in AFROSAI-E and its member SAIs. The second example I want to bring forward is that of the successful partnership and collaboration in the context of the Accelerated Peer Support and Partnership Development Program. It's commonly known as the PAP-APP program. This collaboration, which exists between IDI, AFROSAI-E, and CREFIA, dates back to 2018, and it enjoys the support, the encouragement, and much-needed guidance from the Inter-SAI donor cooperation colleagues. And the program has been a prime example of how cross-regional collaboration can benefit African SAIs that happen to operate in some of the most difficult and complex circumstances. So building on lessons learned from this collaboration during the last 3 years, a second phase of PAP-APP is now being planned, but this time at a more global level. So I'd like to close my remarks by mentioning that I take note that the value of capacity development to SAIs globally has stagnated at the same level for the last 7 years. And in real terms, it has actually fallen. It's therefore more critical than ever to collaborate. The topics that you've lined up for the next few days, dealing with key issues such as auditing of SDGs, auditor professionalization, audit standards development, as well as the question of how SAIs can become data-driven and how best to audit infrastructure. All of these prevent further opportunities for our member SAIs to continue to grow and add increased value in the future. And as you explore the best ways to respond to the many challenges and opportunities and to maximize your impact as SAIs, I encourage you to consistently ask yourselves, who will be your partners in the work that you do? How will you collaborate than ever before? For that is what this moment demands of all of us, to seek fresher, newer, better ways of collaborating and partnership so that we can operate more efficiently, effectively, and more impactfully as SAIs across the region and across the globe. So thank you very much for your very kind attention, and I'm now going to hand back to Wentzel.
Thank you very much, Tsakani, for these inspirational words and again confirming your trust in us as a region. I think we need to work hard to keep and maintain that trust, and again, obviously, as a region, we need to build the capacity to be able to also be sustainable from a developmental perspective and research perspective. And I liked your suggestion and almost plea to the member countries to become more involved in the Inter-SAI community, especially when it comes to standard setting. From our perspective, Josephine is on FIP, very involved in standard setting, and we've also got some other colleagues working on the performance audit standards and information systems audit standards. But again, we need that regional perspective and understanding of what the needs are in the standards. We spoke perhaps we touched this morning in a keynote speaker, where he said, you know, often you need to work within standards, which can be a limiting environment. You know, you need to comply with your standards, but yet you need to want to be innovative and you want to experiment more and you want to do new things. We just need to find ways to keep on doing that while complying with the audit standards. I think that was his message in short. And then also the building of relationships. It's definitely touching on the other focus areas for that we've discussed today. You know, how can we build relationships, especially on country level, you know, to spread the message of the audit officers, engage with other organizations such as civil society organizations, you know, parliament, the media, you know, so that we can spread the message and make sure that it ultimately results in a change in the lives of the citizens, better service delivery, creating conducive working environments and opportunities even for the private sector. Tsakani, thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate that you're making the time available, and we're looking forward to engage with you again. Thanks. Good. We are moving over to Mr. Maurice Ochieng from GIZ. He's the program manager for the Good Financial Governance program in Africa. Is Maurice online? I want to hand over to him.
Yes, I don't know if you can see me, Wynand.
So I can see and hear you. How are you?
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. And my regards to AFROSAI-E for the invitation. I think this is really welcome. Following on previous face-to-face technical updates, I remember the last one. I think you were in, is it Angola or Mozambique? The AFROSAI-E chairperson, Mrs. Lara Taylor Pierce, Auditor General of Sierra Leone, Ms. Tsakani, who's just spoken, and other, who is the Auditor General of South Africa, other Auditors General from the region, colleagues from the AFROSAI-E, and Ms. Meisie, the institutional partners of AFROSAI-E, greetings to you from warm Pretoria. I want to start by reflecting on what we have gone through. Since March 2020, we have been grappling with the challenges resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. It was a disaster that tested the resilience of governments and the ability to respond to the crisis across the world. For many months, the focus was on swift disaster response, for instance, by ensuring the stability of our public health systems, provision of aid to those most vulnerable in society, as well as economic relief to affected sectors in the private sector. For more than 1 year, collectively, we have been in crisis mode, grappling with dynamic pandemic situation while trying to continue delivering on our institutional mandates under difficult conditions. And while the COVID-19 pandemic is still quite present in our lives, in some countries more than in others, we also need to start looking into the future again, asking ourselves what we can learn from almost 2 years to make our countries, and more specifically in our context of work, how we can make our public financial management systems more resilient. Disaster and crisis will not go away, not anytime soon, and may even increase in frequency. Hence, the need to more urgently than ever strengthen public financial management systems for more robust government capacities, as well as service delivery to our citizens. Just to give us our good financial governance strategic outlook, the GIZ Good Financial Governance in Africa program, which is a regional program, so we traverse the entire continent through working with our Pan-African network partners, of which AFROSAI-E is one. It's commissioned by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and implemented by the GIZ program. Our program collaborates closely with Pan-African networks, as I mentioned, in the area of public finance, specifically ranging from domestic resource mobilization. And I recall Franziska mentioning the work they do with ATAF, also in the same area, budget reform and expenditure, which we do with CABRI, that is Collaborative Africa Budget Reform Initiative. Parliamentary oversight, and here our partner is African Organization for Public Accounts Committee, and external audit. This is where supreme audit institutions come in, but we do not have direct link with supreme audit institutions. However, through our regional Pan-African networks, for example, AFROSAI-E, we are able then to reach out to your 26 members through yourselves. Just to mention again, I think this is something Franziska mentioned, we also support the IMF, AfriTax, that the regional technical assistance centers, through support from the Ministry of Finance of Germany and the Ministry for Development Cooperation. The geographical reach of our program, as I said, traverses the whole continent, but we are mainly based in Pretoria, South Africa, which is also the home of AFROSAI-E Secretariat. We have presence also in Yaoundé, Cameroon, where we work closely with the AFROSAI General Secretariat and the language subgroup Francophone Krefiev. And as a wider part of our program, we also are present in Abuja, Nigeria, where we support the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation. And I want to thank AFROSAI-E, who has contributed a lot in terms of capacity development through the support that we have to the Auditor General in the Federation. More recently, we are working closely with the African Union Commission, specifically the Department of Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining, based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on the project on combating financial illicit flows in Africa. And here again, I want to thank AFROSAI-E for the support that they have also provided in this area, because ultimately oversight is important when we talk of flows, funds leaving the continent. For many years already, AFROSAI-E has been a vital partner for our good financial governance in Africa, a regional program. And at this point, I'm happy to announce, our commitment to continue our work with AFROSAI-E. Even as our current program phase ends in January 2022, we are at an advanced stage developing the program for the next 3 years, from February 2022 to January 2025. And I can confirm that AFROSAI-E is deeply in the program for the new funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And with additional co-funding that we are receiving from the European Union and the government of Finland, and which we are already negotiating towards the support to the illicit financial flows program, I'm sure we have, good opportunities going forward. We aim to strengthen and consolidate efforts along our existing areas of intervention. These range from cross-border exchange of information in the area of tax, internal controls in the area of public financial management, outreach to parliamentarians, combating corruption, and strengthening external financial controls. Moreover, the Good Financial Governance in Africa program will ensure that existing interventions make meaningful contribution towards stronger, more resilient public financial management systems. Given the significant increase in debt levels across the countries in Africa over the last 2 years, we will also be mainstreaming the issue of debt management across all components of our work. Likewise, the role of civil society in the area of fighting illicit financial flows, anti-corruption, and accountability will play an increasingly important role in our program design. Just to share with you that in September 2021, we held our first steering committee meeting with all our partner Africa public finance networks And there I want to thank AFROSAI General Secretariat, CREFIAF, and AFROSAI-E for their input and participation, as well as the African Union Commission, who also participated in this in a hybrid format from Addis. We are looking forward, again, towards the design of the interventions at country level to strengthen the frameworks for combating illicit financial flows. Therefore, Germany, the European Union, and Finland are coming together under the umbrella of Team Europe initiative to support efforts in combating illicit financial flows in Africa. When it comes to external audit strategic outlook, and before I close, I would like to give a brief outlook on our priorities in working with AFROSAI-E over the next 3 years. We will continue supporting Supreme Audit institutions in making a meaningful contribution towards realizing the SDGs. And I see there is, mobilizing SAIs to act on sustainable development goals coming up in sessions tomorrow. And we'll do this by continuing to roll out the PFM reporting framework, a tool that AFROSAI has developed and is receiving a lot of uptake from SAI member countries. Furthermore, we plan to focus increasingly on the role of SAIs in the fight against corruption and, as I mentioned earlier, illicit financial flows. Likewise, we believe in the importance of broad stakeholder engagement of the SAIs, be it through improved communication strategies of SAIs, simplified report writing, strengthened relationship with parliamentary accounts committees, civil society, and of course, citizens. In earlier discussions this morning, capacity building was mentioned strongly. And I want to say that capacity building being a key component of AFROSAI offerings to the 26 member SAIs, we will continue to support your capacity building initiatives. In closing, we are looking forward to the next 3 years working closely with our partner organizations in a joint effort to strengthen public financial management systems in the continent, improving the delivery of public services, and make our public administrations fit for the future. I thank you and extend my best wishes for a successful technical conference for 2021. Thank you very much, Wynand, and back to you.
Thanks, Maurice, for these words. And again, it's so nice to hear about the areas that you also work in. And again, what I'm hearing is that there's, even on country level, there's definitely a need for our member countries to engage with the likes of the revenue authorities, the budget officers, the parliamentarians. Yes, your public accounts committee members often rotate, so I think it's perhaps that's a continuous process to engage with new parliamentarians and make sure that they understand the audit processes. But what I'm picking up again is that let's build the relationships. Let's make sure that we engage with other organizations to spread the message from the audits. I think we need to be able to also look at it more holistically, and that's where the PFM reporting framework is coming in. And like you've said, it's a session for tomorrow as well. We need to look at these systems more holistically. What are the root causes? Does it have to do with capacity? Does it have to do with the policies or the legislation, the resources, the IT systems, whatever that problem can be, so that we're able to add more value in the PFM sector. I think the days are gone where we can just say, assets are being qualified because of A, B, and C, and I can't count the assets and I can't find the assets. We need to be also, as audit officers, look at it more holistically. And again, from our side, also thank you very much for the support. We hope that the listeners or the people that's joining us today picked up 1 or 2 areas that they can engage with, especially at country level. I think if that's one message that I want to leave with them, let's engage with the other partners that's working in the public sector to make meaningful impact. Maurice, thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to further discussions.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, moving on to the last presenter for today is George Phiri from the IDI. I don't think George needs a lot of introductions. Again, IDI has got a lot of programs that's running in our continent and in our member countries, and we thought that it's important for you to also be aware of those programs that's running or that's ongoing. Some countries may even decide to sign up, and I hope there's still opportunity for that. So with that, I'm handing over to George. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this short sharing on the IDI initiatives in AFROSAI-E. First of all, I would like to thank AFROSAI-E for giving us an opportunity to make a presentation on the IDI intervention in AFROSAI-E at this important event being held under the theme Developing Adaptive Capabilities. I will, in my presentation, start by providing a brief overview of the IDI initiatives where SAIs from AFROSAI-E have been or are participating currently. I will share the IDI COVID-19 response actions. And finally, I will share some reflection on the new portfolio of IDI initiatives that can be of interest to the AFROSAI-E members. So despite the challenges caused by the COVID-19, the IDI has actually maintained business continuity throughout the pandemic. And all our initiatives, which I'm going to highlight here, were quickly moved to virtual delivery. And a number of new initiatives were actually also launched as more SAIs requested support in new areas to help them stay operational and relevant during this pandemic. And over the period 2018 to 2021, we have delivered 12 initiatives that were designed under the different work stream at the IDI. And some of these initiatives were delivered in cooperation with AFROSAI-E, while others were delivered as part of our global initiatives. So one of the initiatives, some of the initiatives actually include the SAIs engaging with stakeholders, where 19 members from AFROSAI-E successfully developed strategies in engaging with stakeholders. And this initiative actually came to an end this year as a standalone initiative and is now being delivered as a component under the different other initiatives. For example, the SAIs that have developed strategies to engage with stakeholders in enhancing their independence, that automatically moved into the SAI independence work stream. And then we also have a number of SAIs that have strategies to engage with stakeholders with the purpose of developing the strategic plan. So the SPMR initiative has taken care of that. Glad to also mention that this is one of the areas that is of key priority from the AFROSAI-E perspective. And as a result, I think AFROSAI-E has developed a number of practical guides that will assist SAIs in operationalizing this. We also have been working with CAF when it comes to developing the practical guide. And at the moment, you can also access on their website the practical guide when it comes to engaging with CSOs. And we are currently in the process of developing another guide when it comes to engaging with the auditees. So I would encourage you to visit the website for AFROSAI-E as well as the website for CAF for some of these practical guides that you may find. In our SAI fighting corruption initiatives, we have 3 SAIs that conducted the performance audit of the institutional framework for fighting corruption. And 4 SAIs actually managed to benchmark their ethics control system against SAI 30. With regards to the ongoing support for the SPMR, which is the Strategy Performance Measurement and Reporting, we have a number of AFROSAI-E members actually that have conducted SAI PMF assessment, which has fed into the development of their strategic plan, whilst others have actually recently joined with the view of doing their assessment for capacity development as well as for developing their strategic plan. The SAI Young Leader Initiative, we also have a couple of SAIs that participated in this, and a number of participants have actually graduated from this region, and others have continued participating in this. We also recently launched the professional education for SAI auditors pilot, which is the PESA-P. And I'm really convinced that this will make a positive impact or a positive contribution when it comes to professionalization of our auditors. And this touched on all the three streams of audit, that is compliance, financial, as well as performance. I am delighted that a number of actually auditors from the size here, okay, in this particular region have enrolled in this initiative. And this is one of the initiatives that has seen a lot of interest across the groups. Further, 5 SAIs are participating in the ongoing transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness on the use of emergency funding for COVID-19. And we've been in discussion with AFROSAI-E when it comes to the delivery of this particular initiative. There has also been a strong cooperation when it comes to the audit of the SDGs, where we have, I think, about 8 SAIs from this region that have conducted audit of preparedness when it comes to the implementation of SDG. And moving from preparedness to implementation, there's not that a number of SAIs have also enrolled and they are participating in this. Our work on SAI innovation have also had a strong uptake, especially in AFROSAI-E, with many SAIs actually participating in webinars, as well as some of the Green Hat events that we have held. The digital education will also continue, and this is one of the platforms that will respond to the challenges, especially when it comes to the issues of the COVID-19 or any other emergency that can develop in future. So we need to invest more actually in digital education, and this is one area that we are also focusing on. The pop-up as well as the bilateral support, this will continue, and we have a good number of SAIs that are enrolled under this particular program. And this is one of the areas that we have been working actually closely with the AFROSAI-E, and most of the materials, the guide actually have been developed, especially when it comes to the audit component by the AFROSAI-E. Then on the SAI independence work stream, we'll continue with this intervention in terms of providing the resources, the resource center when it comes to the reference point, when it comes to also sharing some of the cases when it comes to SAI independence. So this is one area that will continue in 2022 and going forward, as you know that independence is one of the critical aspects of the SAI. So our work on the leadership masterclass, which is the mastery, it actually kicked off this year, and this initiative mainly targets SAI leadership. And the first topic, which is being implemented actually this year and will continue to be implemented in the first quarter of 2022, is on SAI independence. And we'll have a number of other interesting topics actually that will be factored into this particular masterclass, and we'll ask you, I think those that will be interested in to join on this one. And as mentioned earlier, we have launched a number of new initiatives, and we have developed papers and guidance for supporting especially SAIs during the pandemic, as well as maintaining the relevance. Okay, and these are available on our website. I would really like to encourage all the SAIs to regularly visit this website to see what is available. We have guidance on the accountability in the time of crisis. You will also find the COVID-19 implication for SAI strategic management guidance under that, as well as the 3I, which is the SAI implementation when we talk about the responses as to COVID-19. We also have the long-term responses to COVID-19 practical guides, and all these you can access them on our website, as well as the recently launched audits. Looking ahead and in focusing on the future, we are trying to develop solutions that will support SAIs in effectively responding to emerging challenges while staying rooted in what is essential. I encourage SAIs in AFROSAI-E to take advantage of the new IDI offering, like the professional education for SAI auditors pilot, which I earlier on alluded to, leveraging on technology advancement, which is the LOTA initiative, and this, as well as the facilitating audit impact initiative, are the new initiative that we are still under discussion with the AFROSAI-E, and already we have a couple of SAIs that have expressed interest and are actually participating in the initial stage of it. We also have the learning festivals, the healthy interaction, as well as the eco futures audit, which also responds to our theme of today. So our master classes for SAI leaders, which started this year with the topic on SAI independence, will continue with other exciting topics going into 2021. The ICT governance, the risk and crisis management also are the new initiative that were launched during this year and will go into full-fledged implementation in 2022. So even as we start this new initiative, we will continue to maintain our global public goods. That is the guides that you find on the website when it comes to the SAI's implementation part. Okay, the work on the SAI-based cooperative audit, this will continue, as well as the SAI Young Leaders program, which we launched, and a couple of SAIs have graduated, others are still participating in this one. So support to SAIs in ensuring audit quality, support for the SAI PMF as well as SPML in the second round will continue to be provided by the IDI. And this, basically, we may either provide them depending on how the situation is, as a face-to-face intervention, as well as on an online platform through the education platform that we have as the IDI. Finally, I would like to thank all the SAIs as well as individuals from this region that have supported us, both in terms of partnerships as well as providing resource persons. So with this, I would like to say thank you so much, and I'll be glad to take up any questions that may have arisen out of this presentation. With this, I would like to say thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George, for a very insightful presentation. And I just realized again how many different programs and products is available out there. And I think, again, if we plan accordingly, make use of these guidelines and products and opportunities. A lot of your programs relates to actual, well, the outcome is an actual program where they had to implement or do something. And I think, again, it's an encouragement to the SAIs to take it up. We know when IDI is sharing the request for you, to get your interest in terms of participating on these programs. So please make use of it. And again, I think it's definitely opportunity, to address areas that you've got development areas for. Like George said, he's happy to take any questions. Again, we all know him. If you've got specific questions or you want to get in touch with him on specific topics or focus areas, George, we will send out your presentation to everybody together with all the other presentations that was done today. So people will have your contact details. Happy to see that you managed to join us live. I know you've got a bit of a connectivity problem at the moment, but yeah, I'm not sure if you want to add something in live as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wynand. Maybe what I need to also add, we also have some specific support, especially for individual SAIs. So that is also based on interest. So basically, that's what I think I can add on the short presentation we have made. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for that. I saw in the pop-up countries, well, you spoke about the bilaterals. We're also working with South Sudan and Somalia. again on direct in-country support, and thanks to the IDI for the support that we're getting from you in these areas. With this, I think we have reached the end of today. Just maybe briefly before I close the session, tomorrow morning we'll start exactly at the same time, same place obviously for all of us, 10:30 South Africa time, so depending on your local times, we'll start promptly at 10:30. Two sessions tomorrow, a pre-lunch and a post-lunch session. The first one is mobilizing SAIs to act on the SDGs. First part of that session is going to deal with gender responsive SAIs. What are you doing from an organizational perspective to become gender responsive? And then the second leg of that one is on the auditing of SDGs. I mentioned the PFM reporting framework earlier, and some of you may have seen the PFM on the couch videos that Edwin has been recording. And then after lunch, there's a professional career path for auditor sessions. First one is dealing with the career path for performance auditors, and then Neo will deal with professional accreditation for SAIs. So thank you very much for today. This is it for today. We're going to wrap it up. Looking forward to see you tomorrow morning and then also Friday for the last 2 days. All the best and enjoy your evening. Thank you.